recorded live.
Welcome to the Lost Lowdown, podcast number 41. We're really getting up there with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
And special guest host, Jen.
Hello.
Surprise, surprise. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're joining us on this the illustrious Eggtown podcast, episode 404.
Yeah, I only join in on the best episodes.
Maybe you should start this podcast with an apology for ruining this episode for us.
I bring the terrible episodes. I do. Glass Ballerina, Flashes Before Your Eyes, and now Eggtown.
Three of the something.
But
three of the most something lost episodes.
Yeah, but I won't be around next week, so
it'll be a good episode.
Look forward to a good episode next week. Yeah.
Nice. Now here's the question: how good are the episodes after the ones that you're on?
Oh, I'm gonna have to defer to you guys on that.
Oh man, the one after Flashes Before Your Eyes was the tattoo one, Stranger and Stranger.
Ooh.
The one after Glass Ballerina was Further Instruction.
Oh, so it's even worse.
You know what, guys? I take it back. Next week it's gonna be
your curse has like some lingering effects.
Yeah,
it makes the next one even worse. Wow. See, I wasn't thinking about that until, wow.
It's an interesting point that you brought up because, we were talking about how terrible the episodes that I podcast on tend to be, and but you're absolutely right. The next one is going to have to be worse.
Yeah, and I read a fair number of people, I think it's always a bad sign. I read a fair number of people like, this week's episode, but next week's looks good. Like the night the episode came on, they're already looking for next week.
Yeah.
It's just bad news for the most recent one. But then now we got to worry about next week.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the one after that can be good.
I'm looking at it. So Every Man for Himself was the third one.
Yeah.
The second one, I should say, the second one after Glass Ballerina.
Yeah.
That was okay.
That was all right.
Oh,
Cost of Living was better. See, I think the third one after she's on will be the best because it'll be Cost of Living, and then the third one after, what was the other one you were on? Flashes?
Hey, can I interrupt for a second?
Yeah.
That's the one. I just have to say there's been this confusion, at least between Justin and me, and also some of my friends, my associates, if you will, my colleagues, about where Zoe Bell fits into this show. And we're on Lostpedia right now, and she provides the voice for Regina on the boat, on the freighter.
Do you know who Zoe Bell is?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's probably the proper place to start. Justin can explain better. She's a stunt she's a stunt woman.
Yeah.
Oh, is she oh God, I think I know where this is going.
Grindhouse on the car.
And she was in.
We all love the gripping epic Grindhouse.
Death Proof. Yeah.
Yeah, never saw it, but okay.
So I saw her name in the credits for the second episode. And no one knew who she was, but I guess she was Regina, according to Wikipedia. So.
Yeah.
So that's why she has that accent. She's actually from New Zealand, so she might be doing a different accent, but whatever. Anyway.
Yeah, I was thinking that you got Regina, as some people would say, Charlotte and
Charlotte.
And Naomi. You got three, seemingly Brits on this boat. That can't be a coincidence. If Widmore's not involved with this, like.
But Zoe Bell is a New Zealander, yeah? The actress?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what she's doing on the show. I mean, I assume it sounds kind of English, but I don't really know. But nevertheless, I mean, you got Charlotte too. It's just, it seems to me, of the people that we've seen from the freighter, a big percentage of them are like seemingly English.
Yeah. I mean, in reference to your original statement, I absolutely think that, and I have no reason to. This isn't based on any spoilers or anything. I really think that Charles Widmore is behind that freighter. I think that Lieutenant Daniels which is what I'm going to call him since he doesn't have a name.
It's Abaddon's name on the wire.
Yeah, that guy. The Lieutenant Daniels must work for Widmore. But anyway.
Lieutenant Abaddon Daniels. That sounds good.
What is it? What's his name? What is this other name?
His name on the show is Matthew Abaddon.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah.
How did I miss that? Anyway.
Going back to the thing I was going to say is that the third episode after Flashes is Enter 77. So I think that's when we can expect another Great Lost episode. Will be two more from this. 2 more from this one.
All right.
Or 3 more from this one, depending on how you look at it. And also, here's an interesting note about Enter 77 that I didn't know, is that it takes place on the 77th day on the island.
Oh,
Never knew that. Isn't that interesting?
That is interesting. I have a feeling that the most interesting things that we talk about in the podcast today are going to not be about Eggtown.
Yeah, we're starting it off in that direction.
I have no idea. That's a nice feature on Lostpedia where they say what day it is. That's something that I wonder if the writers are even keeping track. But
yeah, right.
But it's that's weird. Maybe that's why they picked that number.
I wonder.
Yeah, it was interesting. At first I thought I saw the column that's at 77, and I thought for a second it was like what episode it was, production number wise or something. I'm like, what are they, But obviously they haven't had that many yet.
No.
But yeah, I thought that Enter 77 and day 77. I mean, is that a coincidence? I don't know.
It could be.
It shouldn't be.
Seems unlikely.
Yeah. My best guess is they knew it was that, and so that's why they picked that number.
Like, what number to use? Well, what day is it?
Yeah. Inside the writer's room.
It does seem like
Inside the writer's, yeah. It seems what?
I was going to say it seems like a convenient number for I mean, it's a good number. It has a nice ring to it, and instead of 67 or 73, because 7 is sort of an iconic number, and then 77. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Anyway.
Well, guys, I was just looking up the transcript for this episode because a lot of my notes I wrote see transcript. And there is no transcript for this.
Oh, no, you're right on the transcript.
What on earth would you need to look at the transcript?
For specific dialogue, presumably.
Yeah, a few of those scenes had some stuff that I'm like, I'll just let whoever does the transcript write it for me. And they didn't write it. So when we get to those scenes, I'll have to improvise.
We'll try to collectively remember what.
Yeah, we'll call it. Maybe we'll just play the scene. Or
we
something.
can do that too, yeah.
And I do want to say it's kind of funny if you go to the Eggtown page on Lostpedia. It's got the little sidebar has Eggtown and then a picture of Kate under it with this look on her face. It somehow seems to fit.
Yeah, no, but that's the exact look that I made when Justin said the name of the episode this week.
Yeah, I think that's what it's like. It's like Eggtown and that face go together.
They really do.
But one of y'all's immensely loyal fans submitted a link that then I couldn't find.
It's right on the bottom of this page.
Yeah, but now I don't remember who sent it to you guys. But anyway, a link to the explanation of what the phrase Eggtown means, which I thought was actually really interesting. I didn't know the phrase. But it's a good phrase, and now I'm going to try to use it in my everyday conversation.
Yeah, I saw that somewhere, and
it's on the Lostpedia page.
Is it?
At the bottom. If you go to episode name, it's sort of towards the bottom.
I see.
I think it was a private message to me.
Oh,
I think that's where I got
why
it.
I couldn't find
Yeah, someone sent me a private message and told me to use this for when your call drops.
Was it Perry?
I think it might have been Perry. I can look.
Well, you just ruined it.
It's over now. It's not private anymore.
What did I ruin? Oh. Yeah, it was Perry. Thanks, Perry.
You said that like, thanks, Perry.
Thanks, Perry.
I thought that, never mind. I'm sorry.
Yeah, interesting thing.
Oh, this is the
I love it says source needed. Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Where did it come from?
Like somebody could have just made that up.
Yeah, someone could have just made that up. A traveling salesman would exchange things for eggs. Yeah, that sounds about right, guys. So anyway, I guess should we explain it or?
Yeah. Well, I was thinking that was something that we'd want to talk about in the main part of the podcast, not.
Yeah.
Well, actually, we usually talk about the episode name right at the beginning. So,
yeah.
If we were gonna bring it up,
Let's do it now then. This is the beginning.
It is. I don't know how long. The beginning could be up to 30 minutes. Depending on what's going on, but
the beginning is really any time before the end of the podcast.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll just read this, maybe.
Okay. I don't know what to do.
Huh?
You could try to paraphrase it on the fly.
Yeah, I could.
You should just read it.
Eggtown is a pejorative term that refers to the days of bartering during the 1800s. A traveling salesman would have to barter his candy or tobacco or shoelaces for different commodities. A poor exchange would be for eggs, a relatively common item that is also highly perishable. Nobody wants to trade for eggs. Nobody wants to trade for eggs from a traveling salesman because they have their own. So the salesman who accepted an egg in exchange was forced to accept a bad deal. Salesmen would use the term like, this is a well-written thing. We use the term like, yeah.
Say that like the old-timey salesman voice. If I were you, I would stay away from Bogart. That's
Stay away from Bogart. He smells like eggs. Oh, Bogey. That's an egg town. Oh, okay. Now I get it. Of course, the lack of trust among salesmen shouldn't be amongst. No, I'm kidding.
Too far.
Wow.
Too far. Was also high, and it was likely that one salesman would lie to another about the quality of a town's customers to keep them for himself. Invariably, the second salesman ventures into Bogart only to find it is truly an egg town. Didn't the guy tell him it was an egg town? He didn't trust them, so it's his fault for not trusting him. He is either persuaded to not visit a town that has good customers or restricted to visiting a town that can only offer eggs. In either case, the term egg town represents a deal with undesirable outcomes.
Unless you really like eggs.
Unless you like eggs.
Which who doesn't?
Who doesn't?
Or unless you just go anyway and you luck out and it's a good town.
Well, at any rate, thank you, Perry, for that.
Thank you, Perry, and thank you, anonymous Lostpedia person.
Unsourced source of folklore.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I'll go through the points that reference Eggtown in this episode. Locke's inability to make any progress with the interrogation of Ben or Miles. I don't know if I buy that really, but
no,
I think specifically with Locke and Ben and the egg thing, and sort of warning information that we'll talk about in the first scene, I think that kind of fits. Here's some eggs. That was weird. The deal that Kate made, she is now forbidden to leave the state for any reason for at least 10 years and thus can't legally go back to the island. That's a weak Eggtown to me, but Eggtown is kind of weak anyway.
Well, I feel like the stuff that they point out here and some of the stuff that people have been saying on y'all's forum and the blog are, some of them are things that relate to the connotation of Eggtown, the phrase Eggtown, and then some of them are just related to eggs. that I think, no,
yeah.
I mean, that sounds silly, but I do think that they're intentional. I mean, it seems.
Mhm.
And somebody on your blog pointed out how he kills the chicken, how Locke kills the chicken, and then he's ruined his last 2 eggs by throwing them against the wall in a scene that we'll no doubt talk about, and then and then he kills the chicken, which is probably not the only chicken, but.
Yeah, it shouldn't be the only chicken, and he killed it for the meal or whatever that he plans to cook. And I don't want to see them eating together.
Well,
I don't want to see a big meal.
Yeah.
It seems like Locke is trying to recreate this sort of commune type.
He's trying to be Ben, is what he's trying to do. He wants to be Ben.
Back to that stupid kind of communal living is not stupid. The episode where we see this commune that he's living on, which I guess is further instructions.
Yeah. That's probably the last time he really felt like he had a family, felt at home, So I'm sure he is trying to recreate that.
Let's not talk about that.
Yeah. But he's an ass, and he can't.
Yeah.
He can't get along with people, so it's not.
Yeah.
It's not gonna.
Because he doesn't know what he's doing.
No, he has no idea what he's doing. He's messing around. I don't know.
Yeah,
we are getting ahead of ourselves, but that's what we do here.
Okay, so a couple other things. The barracks turn out to be Eggtown for Miles as he tries to extort $3.2 million from Ben and ends up with a grenade in his mouth instead. That's okay. The episode starts with literal eggs, as we said, and Kate's preoccupation with the chance that she might be pregnant and the continuing references to her child in the episode's flashbacks. I don't know how that's Eggtown.
No, it's not. It's not.
I don't know. That's Eggtown either.
This ain't Eggtown. This ain't Eggtown.
We call Eggtown on that Eggtown.
You go try that Eggtown shit over in Eggtown.
Yeah, because this is Eggtown, not Eggtown. All right. Well, I guess.
I have to say, I was so disappointed. That episode title, I didn't think it was good, but I thought it was really silly, and I just thought, I thought there was going to be an explicit reference to it. I was kind of disappointed that it was just I don't know.
Some obscure thing that wasn't really relevant to.
Yeah. I thought it would tie in better.
I mean, I think that if you know what an Eggtown is before you start watching it, it's probably more interesting. But if you don't and then you watch it, you're certainly not going to figure it out.
But still, even if you know what it is, who cares? You don't have to call it Eggtown. Calling it Eggtown doesn't give it any extra meaning. It's just people in a series of bad traits. Okay,
yeah,
so what?
What would you call this episode?
Huh?
What would you call the episode?
I would call this episode Not My Baby.
Not My Baby.
Yeah. See, that's what I would expect them to call it. Something like that. Something
Not My Baby?
Something that.
No, I'm kidding.
No, but Justin over here.
Oh, yeah. I would expect them to call it Not My Baby.
I'm just meaning something that ties in directly, like The Economist and Confirmed Dead and whatever the first one was.
Whatever the first one.
The beginning of the end.
You know what I would call this episode? I would call this Witness. That's what I would call it. I would call it something to do with Witness, because it implies a trial, and then it connects to Jack's big thing about the story of the Oceanic 6. That's what I would call it. I would have something to do with that.
Okay.
Witness.
It's a weird choice, and I just want to mention that I guess our old pal Greg Nations co-wrote this episode.
Oh, that's why it's like this.
Yeah, I just want to suggest that that might have been one of the problems because.
Isn't this woman here? Oh, never mind. She wrote some good episodes.
Oh, look, yeah, Elizabeth Sarnoff. She also wrote Stranger in a Strange Land.
She did, and Further Instructions.
But The Man Behind the Curtain.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
But with Greg.
But with Drew Goddard, man behind the curtain.
That's true.
The hunting party.
With Christina M. Kim.
Yeah.
Well, she was also involved in The Whole Truth.
Yeah, and Two for the Road. Yeah, so when the women get together, it's really not a party.
Yeah, well,
not all the time. Oh, because they both, Elizabeth and Christina did Stranger Strange Land too, so.
I remember Greg saying that, because we're just cool like that. I remember Greg saying that that his favorite episode in season 3 was the glass ballerina.
Oh.
And like when he said that, I knew that I just thought that, like, please let this man have no impact on the creative direction of the show.
Yeah.
I don't want someone who thinks that, like, writing episodes,
Yeah.
Like, do your continuity stuff. Keep your little encyclopedia.
Yeah, he should really focus more on the continuity.
See over the prop people and do all that stuff. But getting in on the writing is just, oh, God. Although I know they probably told him, I mean, the basic story isn't his fault, but still, I don't know.
Yeah.
There's a few lines in this episode that I like to blame him for.
I think when we get to any points in this episode that are shitty, I think we should just blame Greg.
Yeah, I agree. That's what.
This is a Greg.
there goes another Greg. Always Gregging things up.
It's is his name really Gregory?
I guess if that's what they credit him as.
That's weird. It's got the 2 G's.
I know. I always thought the 2 G's meant it wasn't Gregory, but...
Yeah, you told me that, and I was like, and I started going around, like, looking at names, and, like when you see other names with, like, double letters and stuff, But that's weird if it's 2 G's and it is Gregory.
Yeah,
it's just like, okay,
I was
whatever.
Wrong about that. I've heard that, but I don't know. Maybe it's sometimes true, or who knows. I guess you can name your kid whatever you want.
It is a leap year.
Yeah, that must be.
Maybe he's Gregory on the leap year. Speaking of leap year, can I just say, I never really cared before, but it's, but the fact that, like, February 29th only comes once every 4 years, like, that, like, it seems like a great day to have, like, a party. Like, just, like, to do something, because it's like, here's a day that just doesn't happen all the time.
Mm-hmm.
What I think is really great is that people are always saying, you're talking about something that's a long way away, and you say, that's, and then people always say, yeah, but February is a short month.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like 2 or 3 days shorter. I'm talking about June. But then during the leap year, people will be like, oh, yeah, but it's a leap year. It's a leap year. Like, oh, you're right, one more day.
Yeah, that extra day.
But it's 8 o'clock in the morning now.
Yeah, and it seems like there wouldn't be a lot of events really planned on that day, because, like, most people don't think about planning things on the 29th, So it seems like there'd be sort of less going on, maybe, than the average day, I don't know.
So are you saying that people's calendars will be clear for the sweet party that we're going to throw?
I think so. I think it's the perfect time to do a party because no one is really, unless you're specifically, like, trying to plan something around, like, that time, and you're aware that, oh, yeah, it's a leap year this year. Then you wouldn't really plan anything on that day.
I had a friend growing up who was born on February 29th.
Mhm. Yeah, my aunt was born, and she always used to be, oh, I'm only, when she was 30, when she was 32, she was like, I'm only 8 years old.
Oh
dear.
I'm like, yeah, okay.
I mean, what do you do? Do you celebrate it on March 1st, or do you celebrate it on?
I think it's up to you to decide which day.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you do what you do when your birthday falls on a Tuesday. You don't celebrate it on a Tuesday. You know what I mean? No.
Yeah. Okay.
What could you possibly mean?
Total silence.
Please explain that.
I guess I know what you mean. I was thinking. I was trying to come up with a response. Well, I didn't. So.
You didn't. All right. So, typey.
So I have to say, I don't ever look on Lostpedia because it's one of those things that will just suck up a lot of my time.
Mhm.
not that I don't have an office job, but nonetheless, I never look on here, but I'm looking on here now, and this is really interesting. There's a lot of really interesting stuff on here.
Hey, you know what? It's not. What's great about Lostpedia is it's not just information and stuff, but it's what's there is really interesting and how they present it. Like they got a list of all the abductees and abductors. Like that's pretty cool to see who was taken by whom, when, and for what.
Well, I mean, they've got this whole section of bloopers and continuity errors, which are always fun, especially when an episode is not very good. And I love this. Handguns do not normally destroy padlocks, as portrayed in the basement scene, as proven in a special episode of Mythbusters.
Oh, look at
that! I love that show, by the way. I don't have cable. I guess I could download it, but that would be unethical.
Yeah, you shouldn't. Don't.
The law, and
you could, but you shouldn't.
Show up at my door. No, but that's a good show. I haven't seen that episode of it.
Well, it used to be great, and then it got weird.
Yeah, I think they turned a corner when they got the interns to do.
Yeah, the Mythbuster-esque.
Yeah, the Mythbuster kids.
I did see one where they had all these other people. They were trying to recreate these action scenes from like spy movies and stuff.
Yeah, see, that kind of stuff. That's the other thing. They got less mythy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess they ran out.
Yeah. We've done all the myths. We've busted them all.
Yeah, it really just turned into, is this possible show?
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't about myths. It was just about anything that you could think of that is kind of crazy. Like, can we really pull this off?
Yeah,
that's what the show turned into. But to me, like it was all about the main host. Like they were like half the fun, and when they handed it off to the kids, it was just.
I think they're back though. I saw some promos for like the new seasons or something, and it was all about them. So I feel like they're back now.
Oh, okay.
So.
Well, good. Maybe I should check it out again.
Yeah.
Because I did like it. It was fun, like to watch them build stuff and
Yeah.
Test it out and have weird results and
Yeah, they get to do stuff no one else really ever gets to do.
Yeah.
And they know what they're doing.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so we're ready to go to the
episode.
I guess so. What did we say? I guess we pretty much said usually we say what our like general reaction is to the episode as far as like how good we thought it was.
I think.
I didn't think it was that great. I thought there was like 2 or 3 interesting things we found out, but I thought the rest was like filler. This was the first episode with a lot of filler, I think.
Yeah, I agree. It was they were just like there was a bunch of scenes of people just kind of putzing around.
Yeah.
Like, compared to previous episodes where it seemed like there's always something going on. Like we're talking about that how it's been that way this season so far, and this episode they're hanging clothes, they're lounging on the porch, they're just watching TV. They're just they're just not like I don't know. It was very inert, Even at the beach, they're sitting around too, Like everything was just still, and it just I don't know. It felt more like season 3 to me. It was. It I think for what it was, if it was gonna have to be an episode about Kate, and they're just gonna have to, present this material, like it wasn't as bad as it could have been, but I definitely for me it's my least favorite of the season so far.
Yeah. Jen?
Yeah, I would agree. I mean,
Ditto?
there haven't been that many episodes yet this season, but I mean, in the previous episodes, I thought have been really, really good. I didn't hate this episode. I just didn't think it was as good as I had been hoping.
That's the thing. I didn't think it descended to the level of some other episodes in the past that I thought were bad. Like, I never thought it dropped to that level, but it's for this season it really sticks out.
Quick.
I was surprised by the reveal, and I thought that was good.
Yeah.
I know some people weren't, but yeah. I mean, I thought it was fine. I thought the episode was fine. So yeah.
I can't hear Jen that well.
Oh, sorry.
Is that? Can you?
I can
speak up or?
talk louder.
Oh, there you go. That's better.
I think she was holding the phone away from her mouth.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not how you use the phone.
No, it's not apparent. Yeah, it's true. I was holding the phone sort of away from my mouth because the sound was coming through really loud, but that's not really the way that you should do that either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. I just want to make sure we're all like on a sort of level.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tricky.
Assuming that the people actually do want to hear me.
Assuming.
Right, which is a bit of a leap. Although I heard from both of you that you do have people who are interested in whether or not I'm on the program.
I think it's safe to say you have your fans.
Oh my God, y'all have the craziest fans, and I mean that in a good way. I don't mean that in an insulting way at all.
Yeah, no, we have good crazy fans.
You guys, yeah, I am continually impressed and shocked by y'all's
and disgusted.
No, in a good way.
And horrified.
I'm telling you, in a good way.
Yeah, no, our fans can't be beat.
Impressive people.
And I mean that literally. We tried to beat them, and it's impossible.
So what did you think of the episode?
Who, me?
Yes,
yeah.
you.
I went first.
Oh, you did? Sorry.
I mean, I think we sort of all insinuated
I didn't think you. I don't know. I got the sense you wanted to elaborate.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
That's it. All right.
That's all I had to say.
Fair enough.
Yeah, you guys. I think we're all on the same page about this episode, pretty much. So, there's nothing much that I would add to that.
Okay.
So, I don't actually listen to the podcast, so what comes next?
Well, we go through the episode scene by scene.
I've listened to it before.
Yeah, all of our fans are like, I don't like that chick.
Yeah, everybody turned it off.
Yeah. They're like, she needs to be quiet again.
Ouch.
Ouch, our fans.
Yeah,
so the next is the scene by scene.
Yes.
Which I guess falls upon my shoulders.
Yeah, you took
mine shoulders.
For this week, at least.
For this week. The first thing I wrote here was the greatest trick the devil ever played was getting us to watch Lost. And I wrote that because when I saw the first scene, when I was watching the first scene again, I'm just like, oh God, like what am I watching? Like Locke is bringing Ben breakfast. He's, like Ben even says, he's locked up again, blah blah blah. And then I was thinking about the whole trial thing and how, like, you know what, this is the beginning of the end, and like the end sucks.
Also, the episode opened on an eye, like the first season episodes.
It did, and I'm sick of it. Just like we get it. I don't know what else to. I don't know. I'm tired of it.
I didn't mind. I thought it was a conscious throwback, so it didn't bother me.
Yeah.
But I think what bothered us all was Locke throwing the tray.
Yeah. So
hand again.
What do you think? Yeah, mentioning the eye. When I was watching a little bit of season 2.
You need to stop breathing, Justin.
Sorry.
Is that you breathing into the phone?
I think so.
I hear I feel like something's chasing me. Like, what's going on?
All right.
It was like subconscious. Like, I didn't know what it was. I felt compelled to like hurry up and talk.
Yeah, he was also making the hand motion. All right, wrap it up, Claude.
Yeah. So I was gonna say that I noticed in season 2, Locke has that scar on his eye, and I'm like, I didn't remember if he still had it or not, because for whatever reason, watching season 2, it was really clear that he had it, and even this episode, I wasn't thinking about it, but I totally didn't necessarily see that he had the scar, but opening on that eye, you clearly see he's got that scar.
Yeah.
Under his eye, kind of under his eye.
Yeah.
And a little
bit
on
that's
top.
irritating. You know, they had him have that injury in the pilot, and now they just have to like have that for the rest of the show.
I mean, can't they just say the island healed it?
They really could.
The island doesn't concern itself with such trivial matters as scars.
You know, it's like, you know, use what you got, guys, you know, to make your lives easier.
Yeah.
You know, most shows can't do that with, like, wounds. They can't say, oh, the courtroom healed it, you know.
Right.
Like, you know.
Yeah. It looked good. It looked cool at the beginning, but
it looked really cool.
Yeah, but now I don't know. I don't think I would care if they just didn't bother.
Yeah.
It wouldn't matter to me.
What happened to your eye? The island healed it. The end.
Exactly.
That's all we need. So first scene, Locke wakes up, you know, in bed. I believe he's in Ben's bed.
Yeah.
Which is a little creepy if you ask me. I don't know if I want to sleep in Ben's bed.
Yeah, it is a little creepy.
Even if I change the sheets.
Well, it's not only that, it's a hospital bed too. It's like
Well, Locke is used to sleeping in hospital beds, so
I guess.
he had his stint. It's weird.
Ben, like, sleeping in anyone's, like, a stranger's bed is kind of weird, but sleeping in
Ben's bed
is like...
That could be the source of his power for all Locke knows.
Well, he may have changed the sheets.
Even if he changed the sheets, like, still.
The aura still.
Yeah.
Well, he's living in his house, I mean...
Hey, we're not saying that's good.
Yeah,
okay.
No, but obviously, I mean, he wants to be Ben. He wishes he could be Ben. I think if Ben were a lot older than Locke, he would be looking at Ben like a father figure. You know, he'd be like, "Ooh, Daddy," you know. But they're the you know they're
got daddy issues.
Yeah, right. All right, so he makes some eggs and a little cantaloupe, some sort of melon, and gets a book and brings it to Ben. This basement looks like where Locke met his dad in Man from Tallahassee. Did you guys get that sense too?
Well, I just thought it looked like one of the stations.
Yeah. I mean, it had that industrial look, but to me, it looked like the same set as the Man from Tallahassee era.
Perhaps, I don't know.
Perhaps. Yeah, I didn't notice that, but I think, wasn't there a scene where we saw that Locke was holding somebody in the room where Locke was being held back then? Or did I dream that?
I don't know what did you just say?
I think this is I don't I don't know, but it's the key to free energy. I don't think Locke has ever held anyone in the place where his dad was held.
Like, what about Miles? Did they show him last episode or something?
No, this is the first time we saw where Miles was. Remember, some people were asking about where Miles was, and we didn't know.
Yeah.
I thought
they said in this episode that he was.
Did I imagine that? I thought we saw. You remember when Locke blew up the submarine and they held him in that cell, and you know, Richard and Ben came and got him out and brought him to his dad. Like the room he was in there. I feel like didn't we see that? Whatever. I don't know what I'm talking about.
The room Locke was in. The room Locke was in, or the room his dad was in.
What?
What are you saying?
Do you remember Locke was being held in a room? They came and got him. Like, Locke was being held in a room. They got him out.
Yeah. But it was really close to the. It was in the same
right
building.
Down the hall.
Yeah, I think it was just I think I think this is the same set.
Yeah, I would say that it's a fair bet that no one else in that little enclave of houses had
had that basement like that.
Basement with various rooms to trap people in. So so you're probably supposed to think that Locke and his dad were being held in that same basement.
Yeah. I think it's a safe bet that they were held down there.
Yeah, I think you're right, but I'm disturbed that I remember a scene that maybe didn't happen. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen that, but I don't know.
Maybe you've got whatever Daniel has.
Yeah. Must be.
All right, so what?
Nothing.
Now, kids.
He's referring to the card thing later.
All right, so Locke tells Ben that it's the last 2 eggs. Eat them up. Ben doesn't want to read the book that Locke brought him. He already read it. Locke says he might catch something he missed a second time around, which I'm like, how do you know how many times he's read it? Could have read it a lot. But I thought they were going to make a point of this book thing, but what did you say?
I was just saying, if I didn't have anything to do, if I was being held captive, I would reread a book that I have.
Yeah. It seems to be like he already read it and it wasn't good. Like, you know.
Doesn't he say that about what's the book that Locke brings him when he's locked in the Pearl Station?
The Brothers Karamazov.
Crime and Punishment. Oh, wait, what?
No,
the Brothers Karamazov.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's when he gives
the other Dostoevsky.
That speech about Dostoevsky and somebody else and whoever the genius is, and he talks about Jack, and that's what leads to the original Dishes incident. Dishgate #1.
Dishgate. Yeah, this was definitely almost a mirror, exact mirror of what we've seen before. At least taking the key points of parts of their relationship and just reiterating them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you see what the book was?
No, I didn't notice what the book was.
Yeah, I didn't notice, but it's here on Lostpedia. I was curious.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Philip K. Dick novel, VALIS, VALIS. It's an acronym for Vast Active Living Intelligence System.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, which is the author's Gnostic vision of one aspect of God. Dick's novels often feature protagonists immersed in dissolving or what?
Just pull this out of your head there?
I know, didn't I say that I'm looking at this on Lostpedia? Sorry, I did not, as I said, I didn't see what it was. I'm looking it up right now.
It's a Lost Lowdown tradition to read things.
Yeah, read things on like Wikipedia or something as if you're really saying it.
Okay, all right. So there's a few trivia things here that I'm pulling out of my head. Notably, Dick throughout his life claimed to see ghosts of his twin sister who died 5 weeks after birth, i.e. the bad twin. I think that's pretty weak. I never would have come up with that. The edition was published in 1991. Okay. It's about the son of God who turns out to be a mental virus projected into our minds by an orbiting mechanical intelligence in order to manipulate humans. The Messiah in this book is a 2-year-old girl named Sophia.
Okay. So as usual, the book is not too relevant to the plot.
As usual, the book solves every mystery of Lost there is. Just read the book and you'll know what Lost is all about.
Yeah, I was at a bookstore the other day and I was looking on the 50-cent rack and they had a copy of Bad Twin and I didn't buy it even for 50 cents.
Wow, even for 50 cents.
Even for 50 cents, yeah.
That's a bargain.
That's about as much as it probably could be worth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't hardly buy anything for 50 cents.
Yeah.
That's almost a deal, but it's, bad.
Yeah, I mean, even as kindling, that would be a fairly good buy. You know. All right, so.
Oh, you know what I found out?
What'd you find out?
This is barely related, but whatever.
Great.
There was this interview with David and Carlton that I got from somewhere. God, I don't remember anything. Anyway, they mentioned that the Find 815 thing is not really. They didn't do it, and they kind of almost disowned it as far as.
Oh, really?
Part of the story. So. Yeah.
Well, good. Now I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about it. It's the mobisodes are real, but that is not. So yeah.
Wow.
No need to comb through the documents and solve the puzzles and all that.
Oh, I was really looking forward to that.
Yeah, I know. I know. I really hate to kill your party, but sometimes the hard truth is the truth you have to tell first. That's what I learned.
Yeah, is that John Steinbeck said that? Yeah.
Somebody like that.
Yeah. The hard truth is the truth you have to tell first. Is that why it's hard, or is it you just have to tell it first because it's hard?
I don't know.
All right.
Both.
So Ben asks where Locke is keeping Miles. You know, he's not going to tell. It's a secret.
It's a secret.
Locke inquires about Ben's man on the ship.
Who's the man?
Who's the man? Ben tells Locke he finds that he feels bad for him. You know, that he keeps hitting dead ends, and you know what? We all do, because it's just sad. It's sad. He can't find the cabin. He can't connect with Jacob.
Pathetic.
He's sad, pathetic.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. It's and that that he can't find the cabin. He can't make contact with Jacob. Which I thought should be one and the same, right?
He
kind of says it like it's a separate thing, but
three things instead of two.
Yeah, it sounds better. And that he's even desperate enough to ask Ben for help, which I'm like, why wouldn't he ask Ben for help? You know, he should be. If he's smart, he would be asking Ben questions.
Totally.
Get in
there, just
I would. Yeah, even if I would sit in there and ask Ben all the questions I could think of, and even if you knew he was lying, you could still see what he would say about things.
Yeah.
You know, which I think would be more beneficial than asking him nothing. You know.
Yeah, I don't think it can hurt. I mean, I don't see what harm comes from just asking him stuff and getting, even if he doesn't answer, whatever he says, it's
because even if you get wrong information about stuff, you can add it to the list of what you know, and help you decide other things,
Yeah, but it does seem like it's impossible for Locke to interact with Ben without getting completely manipulated.
Well, apparently Ben is just a mastermind of human emotions, and he can just...
no one else gets...
Locke is the one that, he really pisses off. Everybody else seems to, I don't know.
Well, Locke wants the most from Ben than anybody else.
Yeah.
Locke wants to be Ben. He says that line that made me want to throw up later. My name is John Locke, and I'm in charge of the well-being of this island.
That's how he said it, too.
Yeah, that was a clip. That wasn't me. That was a clip.
No, that wasn't me. That was, okay.
Well, you know what Jack would have said if he had been there?
What?
Are you insane?
Yeah.
Oh, God. So, this is going to be a long podcast.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
It's 47 minutes, and we're on the first scene. All right. So, let's see. Where am I? Okay, so he says Locke is even more lost than he ever was. Oh, Locke is more lost than he ever was.
Lost is lost.
Lost is lost. I agree. Lost is kind of Locke too. But he's not Walt.
No.
So Locke takes his breakfast from him, and then slams the tray and the food against the wall, and we get a little reaction shot from Ben, like, man, that worked again,
Damn. Because Locke even says, I know what you're doing and it's not going to work.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Didn't he say that the first time, though, too? I don't know. He just... No, it's so bad.
Yeah, but it's he seemed, by saying that, it seemed like he was going to be able to deal with it now. And he should know. Of course Ben's going to try to push your buttons.
It's what he does.
That's all he's got to do.
Locke is such a baby. It makes me sick sometimes.
You know what?
I want to like him because he's interested in the things I'm interested in on the show, but he can't He can't
get his shit together. You know what? This is very analogous to, because I was talking to my roommate about Jericho and how Skeet Ulrich is sort of the main character and he's the one that you're rooting for, and we were making the comparison between his character because he's the black sheep of the family, blah blah blah. He's he's got an older brother who's better than him, they're more responsible kind of thing, and it's very similar to Heroes with Peter Petrelli and his brother Nathan. Peter's the guy that sort of, I think, our guy of the show. But the difference between, like, I think, and you can even add Locke to this, the difference between, like, Jake on Jericho and Locke and Peter is that they're stupid. Like, Jake is really smart, and he gets things done, and he finds out stuff, and he gets things done because he's smart. On Heroes, like, Peter's just kind of stupid. He's got the most power out of anyone pretty much in that, in that world, because he can absorb powers, but he can never do anything because he's just so inept. And that's what Locke is, too. It's like, he's interested in these things we want to find out about, but he's so, like, crippled by, like, what's happened to him that, like, and we get that. We understand that, and he should be, but it's like we've spent all this time, thinking he's getting over these, his shortcomings and his insecurities and whatever, and then we get to the point where he's on top. He's got Ben locked up in Ben's own house, and he's even saying, I know what you're trying to do, and he still, like, can't, really nail it home.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, in the old episode, like, he didn't know who Ben was. He didn't know anything at the time about Ben.
Mm-hmm.
And he just sort of let him manipulate. Like, now he knows that's what Ben does. That's his. I mean, Ben is nothing if he's not manipulating people. And that's like,
yeah.
That's all he's
got. I don't think he exists if he's not manipulating someone.
But Locke is in a position where he could have the power in this dynamic because he knows. I mean, it's not like when he had him locked in the station, in the hatch, if you will, which I know neither of you will. Because
I will.
You'll hatch?
Why not?
Hatch? Okay.
We'll hatch. It's Eggtown. If you can't hatch it on Eggtown, why not?
It's like the end of Chinatown.
Yeah.
It's Eggtown.
This is Eggtown.
What was I gonna say? I was gonna say that at least now, I mean, it's not only the power of having him locked up and the power of having him locked up in his own damn house, but also he knows who he is now. He knows who the others are. He knows he's the leader of the others. There's a lot of stuff he doesn't know about him, but now he's heard Jacob, which is huge, and he knows how threatened Ben was by that. And he has this, I mean, although Ben does seem to have recovered from his back surgery by this point, there was that whole thing where he wasn't recovering as fast as he thought he should, even though when Locke crashed on the island, he got his ability to walk back, The island does seem to favor Locke over Ben. So Locke, if he could just rise to the occasion, would really have the power over him in this. But instead, he just plays right into his hand again.
Yeah, and I try to make myself believe that Locke is just making Ben think that he got under his skin. That he's just putting on a show.
I don't think so.
And I could buy that, and here's why I could buy it, because he should, and number two is that there's that little look that Locke gave Ben right as he was closing the door, and that look either means I'm about to do something or you really got under my skin. And I would give Locke the benefit of the doubt if they didn't show us the following shot of him coming out of the house slamming the door. Because Ben isn't around to hear that. It wouldn't make sense for the show of it. And so I'm like, damn it, if they didn't show us that, I could really believe that Locke is in control and he's trying to manipulate Ben, because it would really be good for his character if he did that.
But I have to say that Ben doesn't seem as triumphant as he did back in the Hatch days.
Yeah, I think Ben is surprised it worked.
But he doesn't even seem like he seems a little. He's not as smug, I don't think, as he was back in the Hatch days, back in the Henry Gale days. Oh,
yeah, give him time.
Yeah.
He'll get there.
He'll get there.
I think you mentioned it at one point earlier. Like I feel like Locke, when he was lying in the ditch with the bodies and he was about to shoot himself, like to me, that should have been rock bottom for him.
Right?
But instead,
like he should have been able to emerge from that and like be a better Locke. He got saved from that situation and felt like he was on a mission. And this is what I hate about him. Like he's happy to be given these sort of mystically commanded missions to do, but like he just demands constant like affirmation.
Yeah.
If like one day goes by without Jacob like talking to him, he just loses it completely.
That's the problem.
And just goes out of his mind. Like I just hate that about him. Like he can't just be patient and like do what he can in the time being and not let like.
Yeah.
You know why? You know what the problem is though, and the reason that I think it wasn't rock bottom for Locke is because I don't think Locke thinks that he was saved on his own accord. If he somehow found the inner strength or something to save himself, I think that would have worked. But he feels like he was saved by Walt, or he was saved by the island, or for this specific purpose. So he comes out of this looking for what his plan of action is, and so instead of attaching any sort of strength to himself, he just attaches that to these orders that he's given. And that's the problem, is he's constantly looking for, and it's almost like the opposite of Ben. Ben seems like someone who's completely self-motivated. No matter what the island wants, it seems like Ben's going to do what he wants to do, And so he's like they're like opposites. They want the same things, but how they go about it is opposite, because Locke is he's just hollow inside, He needs I don't know, they need to bring Katie Seagal back or something. He needs someone to I don't know. He needs some companionship.
I see what you're saying, and I'm on board with that. You've convinced me. You've changed my mind, but I'm going to say what I was going to say anyway, which was that I felt like when the show started, Locke seemed like someone who was capable of limitless patience. He was sort of a loner who was really intimidating and powerful, and he had all these incredible skills, and he had this sort of confidence, at least on Island, not in the flashbacks, but on Island. Locke had he'd emerged from his past, from this disaster, as this as this person who he'd always wished that he could be. It was totally different from the way that he'd spent his previous 7, 10, whatever years, as this pathetic guy, and now he was gonna save everybody. But now you're right. I mean, he needs this affirmation because he feels like he's doing this. He's got this bigger purpose. He's doing something for the island, because he doesn't know what it is. He needs the affirmation.
If he's supposed to be the man of faith, the slightest thing, and he just completely loses it. It's you know what I mean? He can't. I don't know what he expects. What does he want from the island? It hasn't done enough to convince him that it has an interest in what he's doing and stuff like that.
I don't think so. I think that's gotten through to him, but I don't think he's got enough information to go about his daily routine. He doesn't know what to do. I mean, there's a lot. I mean, he's got Ben captive. He doesn't know what to do with that. He doesn't know what his higher purpose is. Or is he supposed to be not letting these people come to the island, and there's all these things going on, and I think he really is. He just doesn't know what to do, and he's not confident within himself to come up with any sort of plan on his own. He wants to know what Jacob or whatever wants him to do, and so he's gonna wait around until he figures it out, and that's a bad plan, he tells Miles later, you'll talk, until you talk, I'll be here or whatever, it's just you're just gonna wait around. The island's destruction, could be imminent, and you're just gonna wait around for people to tell you stuff.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but I also think that that if he wants to take orders from the island, then that's what he should do. But his curiosity is getting the better of him. He's told by Walt that he's got work to do, and we don't really see what he's told, but we know that he's told that the people who are coming to the island, that he shouldn't let them come to the island, that they mean, harm to the island.
Yeah, and he's not even doing anything to stop that.
Right. Well, he killed Naomi.
Oh, wow. Did he?
As we keep being reminded.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like he's trying to have it both ways.
He should. If he really wanted to stop them, he should have destroyed the sat phone. Screw Naomi.
I know. When it came down to the point where he could have stopped it, he didn't want to shoot Jack, and so he just kind of gave up and slunked away.
But his gun was loaded.
His gun was loaded. He shot it at the phone.
Well, later when
I know. We talked about that. Like later, it wasn't loaded, but at the time, he fired some shots. It was loaded.
Well, yeah, it was supposed to be fully loaded when he got it, right?
Yeah, he looked.
And I don't know where all the bullets went, but or at least, or at a certain point, I guess he just unloaded it in case Jack shot him.
Yeah, maybe that's what we're supposed to believe. It's weird, but yeah, when he originally grabbed the gun, he actually looked inside, and saw all the bullets in there.
Well, maybe some of those bullets were Jacob. And they weren't really there.
I didn't think about that possibility.
Some were just an apparition.
Okay. I guess that makes sense. But even if the gun wasn't loaded, like he just backed down. He didn't try to really stop him.
Yeah.
He just sort of.
And he couldn't because they wanted the people to come. So.
Of course.
That's.
Yeah. I just wish he could sit back and do what he can for now. I mean, ask questions, see what you can get, but like don't just lose your mind because of one little exchange with Ben where he tries to like manipulate you. I mean, that's just so crappy. I mean, I'm way beyond like being manipulated by Ben at this point, from watching the show. Like I know that's how he is all the time, and after a certain point, you just get desensitized to it. Like that's just how he is.
I'm surprised Locke doesn't even have him tied up when he's in the play. He's not handcuffed or anything. He's just he's very like I don't know. Locke is. Yeah, and Jen, you made a really good point of who Locke was before is the stark contrast to who he is now, and even though he was seemingly back on his path,
for like
it just
5 hours. It was so quick.
Yeah, and it's like he was really, really confident, and he seemed like he could just be really patient, and he had this wisdom about him, that he just somehow lost instantly,
Yeah.
And I just feel like after getting ready to kill himself, like. I feel like he should have come out of that with some kind of change.
Like
like he should have had a rebirth, and at least been different. But he's exactly the same Locke he's been since like season 2 when he was crashed.
Yeah, they missed an opportunity to really make his character change, and I think they made the emphasis on the fact that he didn't die and the fact that Walt came back, and they didn't really focus on the character part of it. That he should really be a different person after, about to, being ready to kill himself.
Yeah, I mean that's what usually happens. I mean you get to your lowest point and then you kind of turn it around, But yeah, I don't know. He hits rock bottom and just stays there perpetually.
Well, I hope, but he sort of gets a new plan of action by the end of this episode. So I hope that takes him into the new Locke or something. Yeah. He'll realize that he just can't be what he used to be and get anything done.
Yeah. I'll give him points for being proactive at the end. That's
Even though I thought it was in a crappy way.
It was crappy, but it was something. It was better than just like sitting around, tossing shit around.
Yeah. I'm going to destroy this food.
That'll show him.
It's the most like inept and like just weak display of power and, anger ever to, like, break something like that.
Yeah, and, like to Ben, all that does is, in theory at least, all that does is just satisfy Ben. That's what he wanted. Locke even acknowledges that. I mean, it's just the worst reaction,
Yeah.
And he even if he's just really pissed about what Ben said, like, he should know better. He should be able to just walk away, you know. Go hit something where Ben can't hear you at least.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, I part of me wants to hold out hope that Locke is just playing a game, but he's probably not. Oh.
I wish he was.
So not, Claude.
I wish Locke did that.
I know. I just watched that scene again, and I'm just like, he just thrashes that tray of food, man.
And I like somebody noticed that the wall moves when he slams.
Yeah.
That's on Lostpedia.
I guess those aren't concrete walls, as they seem to be.
Can I say something real quick, since you guys are mentioning the scene where he is about to shoot himself? I know that you guys already podcasted about this, but
did we?
I'm sure you devoted several hours to it. But no, I just wanted to point out that I think it's great later when he says that when he tells Sawyer in the big group that he got his instructions from Walt. Sawyer's like, Walt? He's like, yeah, Walt, but taller. It's like a giant? No. I just love that. Like, how are you going to deal with the fact that he doesn't really look like Walt anymore because he's years older? But that the response is like, okay, Walt, but a little taller. Anyway.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like, it's such a small reference. Why even bring it up, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's strange that they address it at all, but I just think it's
like, why even, just you know, come on, guys. But then you get that great line, taller goes Walt.
Mm-hmm. Good old taller goes Walt.
Taller goes Walt. Fastest gun in the West.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so scene 2.
Yay!
Oh my God!
All right.
Oh my God! What were we saying last night about how this was going to be like a 3-hour podcast?
Yeah,
hey,
right.
I still think it can be.
If we don't finish, you mean? If we only do the next 3 scenes? All right, so the next scene, Kate with Claire and Aaron. Yeah, buckle up, guys. Kate asks what's up with Locke. You know, this is coming off of the previous scene, Locke slamming the door because he's so upset. Nobody told me what's going on here. I'm gonna pout. And then so Claire says, "Oh, who knows? It's Locke." And then Sawyer saunters up and he says, that coffee sure smells good.
Give me good coffee here in Eggtown.
I tell you one thing about Eggtown, that coffee sure is good. So Claire leaves to go get him some coffee.
Yeah,
only does she know it's a fool's errand because I hate that he leaves without getting his coffee. You know.
Yeah.
She's going to come back at the end of the scene and be like, where did he go? I brought coffee.
I just made that apple coffee.
You know.
Yeah, Claire going to get Sawyer coffee reminded me of Rose telling Claire that she better treat her man right when she gets back.
Yeah, exactly. It's like somehow they like now that they're in O-Town, they've like reverted to like this like old convention of like stereotypical gender roles, you know, because later you see Kate and Claire doing the laundry, you know, and like it's so weird. Go give me some coffee, Toots.
Chickens and sending the women to get them coffee.
Yeah, it's a little awkward.
Well, not only that, it's like they're all they're completely chill now.
Yeah, well, if I had a sonic fence around me, I'd be chill.
Yeah.
Well, good point.
Hopefully the fence we never saw them cut it on.
No,
and I don't actually know. I don't know if anyone in that group knows what the code is.
Well,
I don't think any of them.
Oh, and you
besides
know what?
Ben.
The fence can't be on, or at least it wasn't on last episode because they just walked right in there, Kate and.
Oh, they climbed over.
That's true.
Oh, they climbed over off screen.
No,
okay,
no. I was thinking they would turn it on when they got in.
Yeah, we haven't
but
they were pulling off a trap, so it's possible they turned it off, for that purpose.
That's true. Good observation. But I don't think they have the code.
Yeah, I don't either.
Well, they could have gotten it from Juliet.
Juliet knew the code, but
I don't think she told them the code.
I don't either, but
I think that I think she could have, but
Ben knows the code. Not that he.
Well, when would Juliet have told them the code?
Well, it doesn't. I mean, she could have. It doesn't matter. I mean, she could have, but I think they just forgot about it.
I mean, I just don't see her telling Locke's groups what the code is, especially coming off of that big rift of one group versus the other.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't see her giving that up.
Unless maybe Kate saw the code. I doubt
but She didn't know.
But she could have.
She didn't.
If she had
saw the scene.
She could have walked in really close.
All right, she's born to run, so anything's possible.
But look, if they're all going back to, if Locke's group is all going back to the barracks with Ben, who we know knows the code, and he's just like, all right, Ben, tell me the code or I'm going to throw you into the fence.
Well, how's the fence going to be on if he doesn't tell him the code? That's the kind of threat Locke would make, and it would be bad.
I mean, I just assumed that they turned the fence on.
Yeah, Locke would say that, and then Ben would say that.
It's like, you turn this fence on, and then you tell me that code, or I'll throw you into the fence you just turned on.
I don't understand what makes you guys think that the fence is not on. Am I forgetting something?
Well, they why would it be on, though?
In the last episode, they just walked in. They wouldn't have been able to do that if the fence were on.
Yeah,
unless
Locke tells Kate to leave, presumably if he knew the fence was on, he would know that she just can't waltz out of there.
They haven't really talked about the fence this season yet. Yeah. I wonder if they forgot about it or something.
Well, I mean, we haven't seen Smokey a lot in the past year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
No, I just think it's not on. I don't think they know the code.
I guess
I don't think anybody in that group knows the code.
I felt like that was a good, a big part of the security of the place.
I think that's what they made us to believe, but I'm not even sure if they were thinking that when they had him say that.
Yeah, maybe not.
But we'll see. They probably just haven't gotten to it yet, I mean, but that's the thing. They did have, they had, the Kate and Saeed coming and all that stuff. And, if they would have already addressed that the fence was on or something, like, they would have to, deal with that. So I think they're probably going to wait to turn it on or something, or to address it until, everyone's stable. Like, if Kate leaves, then she'll be gone and, it'll be, You don't want them to turn it on and someone needs to leave. Okay, turn it on and then have to deal with it.
Yeah. And when they went there originally, I don't think it was on. I don't know what they do with.
Well, it wasn't on. They didn't leave it on when they left. When everyone sort of left O-Town, it wasn't. They didn't leave it on.
Yeah, and but when they came to get Jack, it wasn't on then either. I mean. Oh yeah, it was. That was the whole point.
Yeah.
What am I thinking?
I don't know.
Hey,
of course it was on. That was when we saw it originally. I'm an ass.
Okay, so let's just assume it's not on. So what else happens in this scene?
All right. So, Claire sees some coffee. Okay, so Kate says she's not moving in with Sawyer, and he's like, well, why did you stay? And she won't tell him, but she says it's not to spy for Jack. And she says she won't tell him because she doesn't trust him. And Sawyer says, this is about the pregnancy. And then she tells him to go home. So real quick, guys, when did Kate get pregnant?
Yeah.
I feel like I missed something.
Okay.
No. He's referring to the scene where Kate says, Juliet was here to check on Sun, but she was also supposed to see if I was pregnant. He's like, well, let's hope you're not.
Yeah.
And let's just take a moment to reflect on that. Let's hope you're not, because if you are, you're gonna die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at least she'd have a baby.
Right, except that she's dead.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's what's weird to me with this whole thing. I totally forgot about that. I didn't even think that was still in her mind at all. Wasn't that a long time ago? When was that?
Wasn't what a long time ago?
Well, it was a long time ago for us because it was before the finale. But
I guess for them
the
it wasn't.
The conversation you're talking about was in the finale.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
was it
before the break between the seasons?
Yeah,
so
it was
during
the trek. It was during when they were going to the radio tower. That's when that scene happened.
Oh, okay.
And
I was thinking it was when Juliet tells them that she's, when she goes to do the biopsy with Son. I mean,
no.
Okay.
But she did mention it, like when she made the tape.
On the tape, yeah, it's on the tape.
To send to Ben, she
okay,
said,
that's what I was
I'm
thinking
gonna get in Austin soon or whatever. So, but what I don't understand that comes up later is how Kate knows, like, the results.
How Kate knows that she's not pregnant?
Yeah. The only way a woman can really
ordinarily know that they're not pregnant, Justin. Do we need to send you back to sex education?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A real surefire way to know she's not pregnant is if she gets her period.
Yeah. All right.
Which is, I think, supposed to be the suggestion as to why she doesn't want to have sex
with
Sawyer. I think it's supposed to be implied.
Oh, see, I didn't get that either, but it makes sense now.
I had no idea. I thought she just knew for some reason.
Oh,
she just,
you men.
She just had
that's a man thing. We don't. I've heard girls say that, but. Huh?
I said that's what you need me for.
Exactly. See, Eggtown. I told you she'd come in handy. A woman's perspective. What did I say? I knew it.
Say that.
Yeah. Now we would have been speculating, why didn't she want to have sex with Sawyer? What's going on? His hair looked good.
Yeah. That's the thing, like, Kate being pregnant, like, we talked about that. Like, they brought it up, and I remember during the break, they said, we'll find out in the first few episodes whether Kate is pregnant or not, and at the time, I thought, like, we can't find out she's not pregnant, right? Like, that would be a weird revelation. But in this episode, now I see how they do it,
Mm-hmm.
Like, that goes along with another revelation. I didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
And that's what, because all it was like, I'm not pregnant. That would be weird.
Yeah, it's like she's not pregnant, but she's got a baby.
Yeah, exactly. That's I didn't predict that, so.
Well, the whole pregnancy controversy between the two of them, which I think is so stupid, and the biggest reason why it's stupid is the fact that neither of them addresses, even though they both ought to know, that the real reason why it's so great that she's not pregnant is that she would die. Later on, Sawyer, Kate's like, would it have been the worst thing in the world? And Sawyer's like, yeah, it would have been the worst thing in the world. What are we going to do with a baby? And it's like, no.
You know what? I honestly think that they don't understand that. It seems pretty clear that they don't really get that. I don't know. I don't know how well that sunk in when they were when that whole thing came up.
Yeah, like they.
How's that possible,
I get the sense like they both don't even know about it, or they're not thinking.
Yeah, or they're like, that's only something that happens to the others, or I don't know.
Yeah.
How did that not?
Even though, if I remember right, I think Kate was there when Juliet said that that's what happens to pregnant women, that they die. Like I think Kate was there for that.
Well, maybe one of your fans can look it up for us.
But it's really weird that they, especially since they are ostensibly staying on the island. If they have prospect of rescue soon, then they could talk about having a baby.
I agree. Yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah, that if they were in the other camp where they're trying to get rescued, their conversation would make sense, and the idea that they could keep the baby. That they'd be off the island. But and here's the other thing I thought. If Kate leaves, which apparently she does, Sawyer might be fine staying on the island. Like he's got, what did he say? The roof over our heads and electricity and blah blah blah, and now they have coffee and porches.
Yay.
But if Kate leaves, who's he gonna sleep with?
Right.
I don't know if Sawyer could be happy unless he had someone to sleep with.
Well, maybe Claire.
Maybe Claire.
Not getting off. I don't think she's getting off.
Yeah.
The island?
I don't know.
Yeah, it would be strange if she got off the island and Kate still took her baby.
That was a weird question, Justin. I don't think she's getting off the island. Yikes.
Sorry.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe one of the others. Maybe,
I feel like Claire has to have a lifelong celibacy vow now that Charlie.
Yeah, I think she feels very asexual. She's always felt very asexual with the baby.
Yeah.
I don't know. She doesn't seem very broken up about Charlie anymore. It's like she's so.
Well, why would she be? He was crazy.
What?
He kidnapped her baby, and he gave her, like, drugs to inject in her baby. I don't know.
I don't know, though, because I felt like there were a few episodes there where he was crazy, but I felt like they had patched things up.
Well, but did they ever really get back to where they were?
Yeah,
No.
okay, I don't want to see this scene for the record. I'm not interested in it, but, well, I guess I am interested since I'm bringing it up, but I'll throw up a little bit in my mouth when I finally see this scene. But when is Claire going to find the ring that he left for Aaron in the crib?
I was thinking about that. Cause
I think that... I think that ring is on the beach somewhere.
Yeah,
maybe Son will find it.
He left the ring behind. He left it in the cradle, and then the others attacked, and there was all those explosions, and I imagine it just being destroyed.
Oh no, there's gonna be some big
destroyed or lost
scene.
at least.
I think
she's in no position to find it though. She's nowhere.
I think someone else will. I think someone else is gonna have it. Someone who was on Hurley or Sawyer or someone who was around the beach. They would have found it, and they'll either bring it to her or find it in their stuff, or it'll be some weird stupid thing.
Sawyer has it. He might just hold on to it and sell it.
Yeah, he might be wearing it, and Claire will see it, and what's that?
Oh, that ridiculous ring. God.
Yeah, it's jeez. All right, let's move on.
Sorry.
So she tells him to go home, which is apparently the new thing that's there at the barracks. Everyone tells everyone to go to their house. Mm-hmm. That's a new phrase. So the next scene is our first flash forward. Kate at her trial. What? She's on trial for being too beautiful, I hope. No. It's for her 15 crimes. We find that she's on trial for fraud, arson, assault on a federal officer, assault with a deadly weapon, grand larceny, grand theft auto, murder in the first degree. And after a little futzing around, the prosecution wants her remanded into custody. And the judge agrees, so she gets arrested.
Oh, no, the handcuffs again.
Great scene.
Yeah.
Short and sweet.
I have no notes on this.
I think it's unfortunate for Kate's flash forward. They had to deal with this, but, it just made it crappier than the other ones. Because it's way more grounded in her flashbacks than the other flash forwards have been.
Yeah.
They've all been going in these weird directions that aren't like the flashbacks, and hers just follows right in line with all the other ones. The same shit they've been dealing with for years. And
yeah.
It's sad.
Well, hopefully now it's better, though.
They had to deal with it, from a story perspective, they just had to, but I don't know.
This episode didn't bother me so much. I mean, that aspect of it, because you're right, they have to deal with it. But hopefully this is the end of it.
Yeah, I think they pretty much wrapped it up.
It should be the end. I really thought that they weren't going to have her go to trial. I really thought it was going to be she gets back to the United States some other way, and she's living under an alias, blah blah blah. It's effectively the same, but I guess they wanted her to have to deal with the legal consequences of what she did. Which 10 years probation for murder in the first degree and all these other things, that's pretty good.
That's a great deal. I'll take
that. That's a really great deal. Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess they don't really have any evidence on the murder except for the confession, which now the mom won't stand.
Well, but didn't the judge or the lawyer say she would get 20 years on each count? I mean, even the other stuff would give her a lot of jail time.
I know, and she kind of confessed. She kind of confessed to her fake dad too. She goes to talk to him and
yeah, what happened to him?
He just disappeared.
He's in Iraq right now.
Yeah, he got called back. He's in Fallujah.
I feel like they let her off really easily. unrealistically easily, but whatever.
But she's a hero.
Yeah. She saves us all.
Lives.
Okay. Yeah, this I've never heard of Good Samaritan law where somehow if you do something great it nullifies bad stuff you've done.
Yeah.
You know, but that's the thing about winning over juries. You know, that was how the lawyer was trying to win the case.
That's the thing. You just got to convince one person that you don't deserve to be convicted, and then you're off.
I think the idea is not that if you did the crime you should get off, but I'm a good person. I couldn't have done these things. I feel like that's what you're trying to say with stuff like that. You know, I never would have done these things.
But I mean, her father.
But they have proof on some of those things.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Her father.
But she's pleading not guilty. I mean, the idea is that I didn't do these things. I mean, of course
but she's lying.
Well, I know
which makes her a bad person. You know, that makes her a bad person. She's lying, and I feel like they have to have proof on some of those things. You know, when she went to go see her mother and stuff like that, and stole a car, all that stuff, there should be video recordings and stuff like that. You know, they should have enough evidence where she can't just say, no, that's that's someone else, Your Honor. I didn't do any of this. You know.
Oh, I agree.
I mean,
I'm just talking about in general, the reason for character witnesses. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's not about I'm allowed to do crimes because I'm a good person. You know.
Yeah.
The thing is that no one is going to be that sympathetic about her father. You know, that poor, abusive molester.
Yeah, the jury could definitely be persuaded to not care about the father.
That part helps.
You know, and then there's the bank robbery and some people.
Mm-hmm.
She killed a person during the bank robbery.
She shot somebody.
It
was one of the bad guys, though.
I don't know if she's on trial for that. I don't know if that's.
They didn't say. I guess he didn't die.
Who knows? Who knows? But, that was bullshit.
Oh, that should have been. They probably forgot because if they were counting that, they should have said attempted murder or maybe they're not. Maybe she's just not on trial for that because the prosecution doesn't care about that.
Yeah, or maybe they don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway, regardless, so 10 years probation, can't leave the state.
I'll take it. I have a child.
Yeah. Why are we at the end already? What happened?
Sorry.
Oh, okay. So yeah, let's go to the next scene and then
the trial.
The trial led us to the end. So the next scene is Sun and Jen. Yay! I've been missing them.
Are. You are still alive.
Yeah, look at that. What are you guys up to? Anything interesting? Oh no.
Of course
okay.
Not.
If I had the father whose son has, the last place I would go back to is Seoul.
You know, yeah. Let me set up the scene and let's talk about that. So you know, they're planning where they want to live when they get rescued. You know, maybe a little hasty, I think.
Maybe a little.
I understand the want to do that, but a little hasty, guys.
Mm-hmm.
So Jin says that he learned English for Sun. Which when I heard that, I thought he meant he always knew English.
No. I think he's saying that he will learn English for her because she wants to live in America.
I thought he was saying that he is learning English right now.
I thought he said, I thought he said, I learned English for you. I thought that's what he said.
I thought he said, I learn English for you.
Yeah, I thought it was ungrammatical, and he meant the
present.
Yeah, I think
okay.
in our future, because obviously he's not too solid on the English.
Yeah, well, I thought he meant he knows enough to be able to talk without subtitles, you know.
Yeah.
But
I'm learning English as I look at this map. Albuquerque.
Yeah, that was
Ooh.
No one wants to say that, even if you do speak English natively.
Ooh, snap. You're gonna get emails from fans in Albuquerque.
I know. Well, I love the AL. So, you know, I thought this was some sort of revelation, because remember that whole thing about Sun was going to escape to America and leave him? And then there was that other thing about he was going to leave the dad, not leave the dad, but
he was going to run away.
The whole thing with delivering watches. I thought he was telling us that after all this time, he had secretly learned English like she did. So they could, you know, I thought he was saying like, you know, this is how much I love you. Like even back then, I learned English so we could be together, you know.
You bring this up, and this is significant because he wanted for this watch delivery thing that was why he was going to LA to be the last thing that he ever did for her father. Like,
yeah.
And if they go back to Seoul, then he's gonna have to. I mean, he's gonna get caught right back up in that, and then she's gonna hate it again.
Well, she's not going back with him because it's not his baby. And she doesn't love him anymore.
But it is his baby, and
it's not.
Scene I take umbrage with as well because she's like, I want to raise my baby back home, and he's like, you mean our
Jin
baby?
Is.
And then of course she doesn't have an opportunity to answer because.
Well, I really don't think it's his baby. I mean, I didn't think it before, and now that she's saying my baby this, and I think that you make a valid point. She knows that if he goes back, that if she goes back to Korea, and he comes too, that he's going to be in the same position that he didn't want to be in the first place.
But didn't Juliet determine that it was that the baby was conceived on the island? Are you suggesting that she's seeing somebody else on the island? Is it Michael's baby?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, according to DOC, the revelation was it was Jin's. I mean, that's what they said. They could go back on that. They did make a point of introducing oh, is it you mean our baby, right?
Yeah,
maybe they want to go back down that road again, which, come on, guys.
Yeah.
I feel like we've had enough of that, but maybe so. She determined that the date of conception meant that she was on the island when the baby was conceived. So
yeah.
If it's not Jin, it's somebody else,
Well,
what if she was wrong? What if she lied? What if she lied? What if she was wrong?
Juliet?
Yeah. What if she lied?
Juliet shouldn't have lied. I mean, she even says it on the tape recording, when Sun isn't around. If she was lying, I have no idea. Why would she do that? I mean, it's,
because of a lot of factors.
Unless Michael is the father, which I don't think, and that's why that Mobisode shows them almost kissing, which I don't buy. If they do that, I'm gonna stop watching.
Oh, really?
No, but I'll be angry. But I don't think they're going that way. I mean, I think Jin's the father, but the thing that's weird is that she's so excited to find out that Jin's the father of the baby in DOC, even though it means that if she stays on the island, she's gonna die. And it's like, well, you're so happy about Jin being the father, but then a few days later, really, I mean, it's just a week later, you're like, I'm raising my baby in Seoul.
Yeah, I just, and that's the whole thing when she's like, it's a miracle or whatever, she didn't really believe it. I don't know. There's so much conflicting information about, well, not a lot of information, but there's conflicting information about what's going on with whose baby is it? Who's the baby's daddy?
God, can we put that to rest?
Wait, what? I'm just curious. Why do you think Juliet would lie to her and to Ben?
I don't think she would. I just said maybe she is. Okay. I don't know. I don't know why she would do that. I could just see them saying, oh, well, I could see her lying to Sun. And saying, okay, you're, because if she tells her she's fine and she's okay, she conceived off the island, then Sun has nothing to worry about. But, depending on, what Juliet wanted to get across, if she says, okay, no, you did conceive on the island, which means you will die, then that would make Sun, a part of whatever, if they wanted to do something, get her a part of their cause or something, I could see her lying for that specific instance, but that doesn't seem like what's going on.
Yeah, but then she wouldn't have said it to Ben on the tape recorder.
Yeah, saying it to Ben sort of changes things, but I just don't get the whole, they set up that Jin is infertile, and then they say, okay, well, no, he is the father. And then I guess we can say, well, that's a miracle of the island. Great.
Yeah, well, she says that thing about the sperm count of the man on the island being so much.
Sorry.
That's gross. No, but I think that I guess what they're trying to do,
What's
to do.
Gross about the miracle's life?
Ugh, God.
The way it looks.
The way it looks.
and what it is.
The last thing I ever thought I'd be good at was being a mother. You should try it sometime.
Oh, God.
That was the other thing I was going to say. You mentioned Charlie and her, Charlie and Claire, and I was going to say, what Charlie really did do was teach Claire how to be a good mother.
Yeah,
because there was a lot of times when he's like, no, Claire, you got to do this. No, Claire, you got to do that. You know, I think that was his biggest parting gift to him.
Yeah, you're right. It's sad that Charlie would have that to teach, but.
Yeah, so what I was going to say was that I think that part of that, the purpose of that scene of him saying, you know, our baby instead of your baby is to reinforce that, you know, they're saving their relationship, you know, whatever. You were going to leave me, but now, you know, we fixed things and this is our baby.
But why wouldn't she say our baby?
I don't know. I don't think it matters though. I think just because women think about babies as being their own because they're growing inside of them, you know.
Mhm.
Like I don't read too much into that. I know I brought it up, but I don't really read that much into that.
All right, well, only time will tell.
I got the sense they were opening that door again, which I'm not happy about, but.
Well, yeah. Part of this is it's wishful thinking. I really don't want them to reopen that.
That's the thing. I don't either, but I do feel like, you know, I feel like they wouldn't have included that if they didn't want to do something with it. But then again, 2008 Justin has to say, you know, I'll reserve judgment on whether they're going to do anything with it until they actually do.
So do you make basically the same resolution every year?
No, this is a different resolution.
It sounds similar.
It's similar, but with an important twist.
Yeah, there's a slight twist. It's yeah. My 2007 thing was, you know, if it's apparently true, I'll just believe it for now. And this thing is really, if they present something that seems like it's leading to something or seems like it's going somewhere, I'm not going to assume that it will until they prove that it does.
So speaking of Claire, one of your fans suggested that part of the reason why Jack doesn't want to see the baby is that sometime in the future he finds out that Claire is his half-sister. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I was going to bring that up.
I forgot about that.
I absolutely forgot about it until I read that comment.
I was looking at that scene, and I was like, well, why wouldn't Jack want to see the baby? And I said, oh, you know, because I'm thinking, you know, usually a guy wouldn't want to see the baby if it's theirs or something, or if it's another man's baby or something. And I'm like, what connection does he have to this baby? And I was like, oh, well, maybe Claire dies, and he's, you know, seeing the baby just brings back, you know, maybe, you know, he was involved with her death or something, or tried to save her drastically. And then I was thinking, oh, wait, that's his sister, so that's his nephew, so maybe that's why he doesn't want to see the baby. Because,
that is weird. And I never thought about that, and I don't even know how he's going to find that out. I mean, you know.
Maybe from his mom? I don't know. Maybe he could.
Oh, back in the real world. I was thinking on the island, but yeah.
I think they could find it out fairly easily. I mean, I think if Sawyer and Jack could find out that Sawyer met his dad, then I think, you know, because I think Claire should know a lot about her, you know, a fair amount about it, enough to say who Christian is.
They did make it a point that Claire never found out Christian's name.
But also, Locke finds out from that dossier or whatever it is that his father is the real Sawyer. So you
think they could just find the files of their files and see?
I think it's possible that they can find out. But
it's totally possible.
And Ben and Juliet should actually know. They've read the files, so Juliet could tell them.
But my theory really
you're right. Juliet ought to probably know. They just seem to memorize those things.
But my theory is that whatever sort of deal is struck to get certain people off of the island, Jack feels responsible for because he's in charge. Somehow Claire doesn't get off the island. The baby does, and Kate ends up raising the baby. And so seeing the baby would remind him, even more than just seeing Kate or seeing any of the other Oceanic Six, that some people were left behind, including the real mother of this baby. And or some people were killed. I don't think they're dead, though. Are they dead? Sorry, are they still alive? No, I don't think they're, anyway. So I think that's it. I don't think it really has anything to do with the half-sister thing. I think it's just the guilt of whatever deal is struck to get off the island.
Well, let's talk about that more when we get to that scene.
Are we still talking about scenes?
Yeah. All right, so our baby fiasco. Okay, then Jack, Jules, Miles, and Charlotte come back. Jack tells them that the helicopter already took Saeed and Desmond to the freighter.
Freighter.
And that Desmond and Saeed can make arrangements to get everyone off of the island. And then we get a quick look of Miles reacting to that.
What?
Yeah,
Miles.
I'm sorry. I mean Dan.
Okay.
I want to call him Miles. He looks like a Miles to me for some reason. I saw myself calling him Miles for some reason.
Yeah.
Oh, you know why? Because I have a friend named Miles who he looks like. That's why.
I found out from that same interview that I referred to earlier, that I don't know where it came from, that Miles' name, Miles Strom, came from basically Maelstrom. That's why they called him that.
Oh dear.
Great.
Yeah.
Just
thought I'd throw it in. Just a little
another lost
fast
fact. Yeah. So we also find that Kate has decided to stay with Locke. Which it's really interesting to me that because really I think it's like she's decided to stay with Sawyer apparently, but not really anymore. But it makes it seem like
I think Jack's too proud to say that anyway.
Yeah, he probably is because he's a little bit of a baby too.
Yeah,
he is.
Yeah.
He's more of a baby, but he's at least like always proactive.
Yeah.
Even if he's wrong, he'll always like go out like doing something, not sitting there feeling sorry for himself.
Yeah.
And that's where like I think Jack has Locke beat.
Mhm.
Like he's just better at like dealing with situations and not letting his problems get in the way.
Yeah.
But he is a baby too.
Yeah, he's a little bit. So the next scene, Kate comes to see Locke at his house. Kate wants to see Miles, but Locke says no, it is not a democracy.
Ooh.
And then
there's only two forms of government, so what must it be?
Yeah, I know, right? I love that. Well, the opposite of democracy is dictatorship. So it's one or the other.
Locke's line in this scene where he says, "If I were a dictator, I'd just shoot you and go on with my life."
Yeah.
I like that.
And go about my business. And then, so the next little scene, Kate finds Hurley bringing Miles food, and she cons Hurley into telling him where Miles is, which the technical term for that is Scooby-Doo. That's that kind of con.
I love that. You just Scooby-Dooed me, didn't you?
Yeah. Hurley always gets a line like that every episode. He always gets some like little quippy, funny line.
Yeah.
They always do that.
I feel about that, but I really like Hurley.
Yeah, well, I didn't mind his line. It was good.
Sometimes I find him too much, but he's been all right this season.
Yeah, he's been okay. He hasn't had a lot of screen time, so
well, he got that first episode, which I thought.
Yeah.
I thought he carried that first episode way better. Like if you told me in advance Hurley's getting the first episode, I would have really groaned. But but he pulled it off pretty well, I think. It was pretty good.
They didn't give him a lot to do, really.
Yeah.
Not like Dave or something, where he's just like constantly talking.
Right. That's true. But then he pulled off that trick in the last episode, that little ski, and like I don't know. I'm okay with him this season so far.
Yeah. He's all right.
So then she goes to the boathouse.
So she promises that she's not going to let him go, and Hurley was like, "Well, just don't tell Locke it was me." I would be really scared of Locke if I was Hurley. You, especially in this situation, and then you just get tricked into giving out one of the biggest secrets you know. Yeah, I'd be afraid Locke would like kill me or something.
Yeah, because he's clearly lost.
There's no way that Locke's not going to know that Hurley is the one who told her.
Yeah. Well, Sawyer says it later.
Yeah, but I mean, but it's true. Like, why why would Locke entrust Hurley with...
Well, but Kate could say she, I mean, I think that place is only so big. If she just checks every place, she could find him, and if she just decided to go look over there, she could have found him.
It's stupid to entrust Hurley with something.
It is. And you know, this was sort of a contrived scene anyway. It was just an easy way for her to find out, you know, and not go through Locke, so...
I
all right.
really think that Locke would be bringing him his food and trying to pull something like...
Well, not after the egg fiasco. He's done bringing people food today.
No more breakfast. No more.
No. So the next scene, Kate finds Miles, and she didn't bring the food that she took from Hurley.
Yeah,
I guess she just set it down outside and...
Oh, that's weird. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I saw her when she came in the door. She didn't have anything in her hands, and I'm like, you're supposed to be bringing him food.
Yeah, what did you... Where was the food? Ooh.
Where did the food go?
A new mystery.
I think Kate took the food and gave it to Jacob.
Oh.
Yeah.
Or
So
the
Kate...
monster. Maybe
Kate's not a mole. She's Jacob.
Oh, God.
Jacob's bride. The bride of Jacob.
Yeah, so
So Kate asks Miles Kate asks Miles if he knows who she is. Miles says he will tell her what she wants to know if he does something for her.
Wait, you missed the best line. What did you do?
Oh yeah. What did you do? Yeah. Like, ooh, juicy gossip.
Yeah.
But I feel like he says it in this mocking way.
Yeah, it was. It was like, it was definitely mocking.
It's quickly becoming classic Miles.
Yeah. Miles is never that genuinely interested in anything to do with anyone else.
Ooh, what did you do?
Yeah.
Fill me in on all the details.
Yeah, come on, girl, what you do? Okay, so he says that she was like, I'll get you out of here, but he's like, no, I'm exactly where I want to be, which is a fairly big revelation.
Definitely.
I wouldn't say that he's exactly where he wants to be.
Yeah, well, maybe he is.
I love boathouses.
Yeah, boathouses are great.
The only thing better than a boathouse is being tied up in a boathouse.
With a grenade in my
Someone
mouth.
bringing you dinner and getting intercepted by somebody else who won't even bring you dinner.
Mhm. Exactly. Like, he at least had dinner coming, but...
Who can ask for anything more? That's what I think.
I know. He says he wants a minute of someone's time. Who? You know who.
You know who.
No. Yeah, so who do you think? Yeah, who do you think? And I really had to think about that. I'm like, who does he want?
Well, I assumed he meant either Locke or Ben, but...
I thought they were getting at... I thought the fact that they didn't tell us at that moment was it was someone we wouldn't have been able to guess. So I didn't even think of the usual suspects. I was thinking of someone really obscure.
Oh.
You know?
I want to talk to Jen.
I want to talk to red shirt number 3.
Yeah, it's like, I want to talk to Rose. Like, yikes. All right.
Oh, dear.
I want to talk to the guy that was banging on the metal when Sawyer was drunk and hungover.
Oh, dear.
Okay, so the next scene, flash forward, Kate and her lawyer. He tries to get her to take a deal. She doesn't wanna. He wants to make it about character. She wants to get him on the stand. And then she goes, "You are not using my son."
Nah.
So, to me, this was really weird. This, what's going on with Kate and Aaron to me was really weird, and really because of the whole thing with the pregnancy on the island. And what I thought they were trying to do was to tell us that on the island she gets pregnant, and by the time she gets rescued, she has the baby.
Me too.
That's what I thought was going on.
Yeah, I think that's what they want you to think.
Yeah, and it was really confusing, because I'm thinking of the timeline, and I'm like, well, if she has a son, she would either have to have had a son, and then I thought maybe they were trying to tell us she had a kid before she got on the island. So I'm like all over the place trying to figure out what's going on. And then the reveal at the end was like, what? Like, not only did you not have a kid before you got on the island. Not only did you not get pregnant on the island, and not only did you not get pregnant off the island, but you just have somebody else's baby. Okay, whatever. I'm done.
Well, one of my really good friends.
I was just like, okay, guys, I'm glad it's over. I need to go watch something else.
One of my very good friends went to a Lost viewing party this week and said that the whole crowd had decided that the baby was going to be Aaron.
Oh, yeah?
And I was really impressed by that because I was surprised. And I knew that there was going to be a surprise ending. I knew that the surprise reveal of the whole episode was going to be who this baby was. But I did not see that coming.
Well, see, and the other really wacky idea I thought, especially when they said it was Aaron, because when I saw like the kid, I'm like, oh, he's blonde hair. So I thought of Claire, I thought of Aaron. But what I originally thought happened was they were trying to tell us that somehow, like, Aaron was really Kate's. Like, somehow they impregnated Claire with Kate's egg. And, like, you know, that with the whole Malkin thing and giving the baby away and getting the baby to go to L.A., I thought, like, this, and the whole thing about Claire having to raise the baby, being good, I thought they were tying this all together and that this was really Kate's baby, and for whatever reason, and whoever she was involved with, they found some way to have Claire, carry the baby. And I really thought that's what was going on, and then, like, I was talking to my friend, and she was just like, yeah, so probably Claire dies, and Kate takes the baby, and I'm like, oh, that's it?
Oh, man.
I'm like, that's boring. I had a whole thing that was going to tie it all together about, like, you must raise this child, and there's a good couple in L.A., and, like, everything, but no, that's too crazy.
Yeah, that is nice.
Yeah, it's simpler than that, I think, sadly.
Yeah.
It took, well, whatever. I'll talk about the ending when we get there.
Good. So we're going to move on. Is that all you had to say, Jen, about your friends? That they guessed it was Aaron?
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised by that.
Yeah.
Apparently, I think they were probably really drunk because
and then probably, with a group of people, you're sitting there trying to guess what's going on instead of just watching it.
I don't do when I watch stuff. I don't try to do that. But
yeah.
She also said that she referred to the episode as Camptastic and said that in the courtroom scene where the prosecutor gets up and asks Jack, I just have one question. Are you in love with Ms. Austin? That they just gave each other high fives.
Nice.
Such a lame line. Although I would say that it's not a completely invalid question for a hearing witness.
Well, the legal implications of that question we'll discuss when we get there, because I think there's precedent for that question, and there's been many a court case have been won by the question of do you love the defendant? Brown versus the Board of Education.
I think
was really all about
Roe v. Wade even.
Yeah, I mean, it's a classic tactic, Any first-year law student has read about those cases, so...
And don't forget Johnson versus Texas Instruments. That was...
Yes. Do you love Texas Instruments? This case is dismissed. All right. So the next scene, Jack tries to use the sat phone. It no worky.
It no work.
Juliet says, try 911.
I love that.
Oh, Juliet.
Any other numbers, like 911?
Yeah. How about you call someone? Yeah, exactly. Like 911. Yeah, she's so underused. It's like she's Saeed now, basically.
She is. She's the Saeed of season 4.
Juliet is definitely the Saeed of the others, and like now she's just like, she's just hanging around doing nothing.
Yeah, she just, I got a line, yay.
Exactly. Oh man, Jules.
I know, she's one of the best things about season 3, but like...
She really, she's, I think she's analogous. She's the Saeed of that group.
Yeah.
She's great.
Claude, did you listen to the interview that someone posted on the forum?
The Saeed interview?
Yeah.
No, I haven't heard it yet. I heard some comment about it made them mad, or it made somebody mad.
It's annoying. It's really annoying. I mean, I'm glad. I was appreciative to have listened to it. It's just it's irritating for the reason.
Why? Because he
is just he's. I mean, as the person who posted it mentions, he claims to have only ever seen the pilot. And he's only ever watched the pilot, and he does not give a shit about anything.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, and he actually said at one point when they asked him about watching the show.
Yeah. He says, he's like, I mean, who sits down and watches a TV series?
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Which I think he was half joking, but
I don't know.
He's British. He's always half joking.
Exactly.
I'd never heard an interview with Naveen Andrews. I'd only ever seen him in one other thing, which was, and I'm not proud to say this, Pride and Prejudice, the Bollywood remake of Pride and Prejudice.
Yeah, you know what? That was on like TV, and I think I saw something. I'm like, why is Naveen Andrews on here? And I'm like,
Yeah, I know. My roommate rented it a few years ago.
I don't know, maybe it wasn't that. I saw something where it was very Bollywood, and it was very like, they were all sort of affected, like, you know, they were dressed up in some big ball, and I don't know, something
like
weird.
Pride and Prejudice.
Yeah, maybe it was. Yeah.
At any rate, so I'd only ever seen him in that. But he has this, like, I don't know how to describe his accent because I don't know all the terminology. I know British people, Londoners could tell me what sort of accent he has. But he's got this sort of, like, not at all polished British accent.
Mhm.
He's sort of irritating to listen to.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
so it's Manchester.
He doesn't have like a suave voice at all. So, and actually, I had previously thought that the Saeed accent was probably exactly what Naveen Andrews sounded like because he was incapable of affecting an Iraqi accent.
Mhm.
But in fact, he is putting that on. He does not sound.
No, you can't. No one talks like that for real. There's no place in the world where you grow up talking like that. Yeah, it's too weird. It's too weird.
But anyway, I'm sorry, I'm getting us way off topic here.
Well, that's unfortunate that he did, but you know, that's the thing about people in the entertainment business in general is that it's their job. They don't really go and watch the stuff that they're involved in a lot of the time.
No,
they say that, you either make TV or you watch TV, so I'm not surprised,
watch it.
Yeah, and it's just sad that you expect him to at least be interested, even if he doesn't watch it. You expect him to at least pretend to care.
Mm-hmm.
Where the interviewer says, first of all, I don't know. I've never listened to that podcast before. I've only heard this clip that your fan posted.
The Lost Initiative, I think.
Yeah, Lost Initiative. But
the official UK podcast.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was British. But I found it really obnoxious, actually. But maybe it was just because he was interviewing Naveen Andrews. Maybe something about the interview format made the host sort of irritating. But anyway, I was going to say that there's a scene. There's this moment in the podcast where the host says, my favorite scene from season 3. And I had a vote among my fans, and this was their favorite scene, is where you use your legs to, like, snap this guy's neck on the beach. And first of all, I'm thinking that was your favorite scene of season 3.
Yeah.
But as Justin pointed out, he may have just been saying that because he had Naveen Andrews on the show. But Naveen's response is, "Oh yeah, I haven't seen that. It's cool. I haven't seen it." He's not seen anything. He hasn't even seen, like, scenes that he's in. And I just, maybe
he just doesn't like to watch himself.
Maybe, but I'd be curious. I mean, I don't know. I'm not an actress, so maybe it's...
Yeah, I mean, some people find it actually uncomfortable to watch themselves do, there's huge actors who just, like, are notorious for never having seen their stuff that they've won, like, Oscars for. Because they just can't watch it.
Yeah, I don't know if I've mentioned this on previous appearances, but I can't stand listening to my own voice. So I can't imagine watching myself, but I mean I don't know.
So now you can get a sense of what it would be like.
Yeah. I mean, and if it's your job, you don't want it to also be your free time. But
yeah, and a lot of people who are the few actors that I've met, at the level that I've met, like it's not that big a deal. Even I'm on TV, whatever. A lot of them just don't think it's that big a deal. So.
Yeah.
Because when you're doing it, it's not, all the,
yes,
as you would expect, so.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry.
All right, Naveen corner. Okay, so let's see. Jack tries the sat phone, it doesn't work. Juliet says try 911. Then Sun comes over to Metal, and she says there's no. We find that there's no word from Saeed or Desmond.
Oh no, are they dead?
Oh no, they must be. That'd be crazy if they were all dead.
See, I'd be worried, but I know Saeed's gonna be all right.
Yeah, they're gonna do that.
Saeed's gonna be all right.
Exactly.
It's like I can imagine everyone else dying, but somehow Saeed will make it through.
I don't understand why they did that.
Why they did what?
Why they put Saeed's flash forward before they put this, because it ruins the suspense. Like, yeah, we don't know where they are.
Well, that's the whole problem with flash forwards, and I think they knew that they were going to have that problem, and I think they're just going to have to deal with it because what else can they do? We know Kate. It's like every time we see a flash forward, we know more. We know more information about what's going to happen. So
yeah,
or what could happen. So yeah, so we know Saeed's not dead. But what else are they going to do?
They're just delayed for some reason. Presumably, even if they crash, whatever, they'll be all right. I'm not worried.
I think they're doing it, and I think it'll be relevant when Dan finds out what's going on the island. And I think the fact that they're not there yet has to do with the time anomaly or whatever's going on.
Oh, that whole gag, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think they're just illustrating that thing.
Yeah, but they
you know what?
Day.
You know what someone brought up? That's I feel like worth mentioning as far as the time thing goes. Not that we need to get into that again because we talked about it for a long time, but
let's get into it again.
If you remember the whole thing with Desmond in the season 2 finale, the big revelation was that he crashed the plane, by not pressing the button. And if you remember, there was this printout, with the dates on it and stuff. It was from the Pearl. With times and all that, and the date and the time corresponded exactly with when the plane actually crashed. You know what I mean? The right date and stuff. And this is on island calculations. You know what I mean?
Oh, good point.
Yeah.
So the idea that the times aren't running the same doesn't fit with that very well at all.
Well, see, that was my whole point, and that's why that was my point last time, and that's why it's confusing. Is I'm not surprised by that. I saw someone mention that on the board. I'm not surprised by that.
That's where I got it from.
Yeah.
I didn't make that up, but
I don't know how to reconcile that other than to say that however the time works on the island. I really think that the time is going slow on the island, but for whatever reason, it maybe. Someone else mentioned that maybe depending on how you leave the bubble, the island bubble depends on when you get back or something, and whatever. I don't really know what they're trying to do, but that's a valid point. But I think I think it's clear that they're trying to tell us that the time is moving slower. So maybe that's just they didn't think of that when they did it, or the prop person just said, okay, this is the date of the plane crash, I'm going to put that date here. If they and the other thing is, if they would have put a different time, we would have been saying, why isn't this time the same? And then we'd have been speculating back then what's going on. So I don't know.
For the revelation, it had to be the right date. That was how the impact happened.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If it wasn't the right date, he wouldn't have thought he did it.
Exactly. Yeah. It wouldn't have worked. But it's just shitty. If they're gonna change it now, then that's messed up.
Yeah.
It's frustrating. I don't know. If they're gonna pretend like they were going for that all along, they should have been thinking about that back then.
Yeah. It's. How can the dates be the same unless I mean, is there any way of the two like theories we came up with for the island, like does either of them work? I mean, it seems like if the dates are the same, then neither time theory can work.
Right. I agree. Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Neither time theory should work. Even the 31 minutes off.
Yeah.
Shouldn't work. But I don't know. It would be closer at least. But because the ratio thing would make them way off.
Yeah, maybe hey, maybe pressing the button resets the time differential.
All right.
You know what I mean?
You know what? Hey.
Maybe. You know what I mean? Like maybe it gets off. It gets off, and then when you press it, it like somehow like resets the island time. And now that it hasn't been pressed since it's been blown up, that's where the 31 minutes has come from.
Aha.
You know.
You know what? Why not? They could do that.
Oh God, we will never. Yeah.
That's the thing. They might have to do that. Come up with some explanation to pull themselves out from under that. And whatever. I guess that would do it because that's one thing that they are. They are no longer doing that they were doing before.
Yeah.
They could have caused it to line up previously.
Yeah. Or they can even say that the failsafe put it out of alignment. The implosion of the failsafe knocked the island out of alignment, and it's just been recently, been affected by time.
Yeah, but then it would call into question, the thing about Richard not aging.
Yeah, that would just be a different thing. They would have to like say, well, it's the healing properties that keeps him young or something. So they can't have their cake and eat it too, unless they just
work.
Yeah.
Something's wrong or something's off.
Definitely. All right. So let's see. So Sun asks if Locke is right about the people, and Jack says Locke has no idea what he's doing. And then, which is true. And then,
I don't remember the scene either.
You don't remember this scene?
Did we?
It's right.
Did that get cut out of what I was watching? I don't remember this scene at all.
Yeah, right after Sun comes over, she's talking, and she says she asks about whatever, and then, we find out that Saeed and Desmond haven't come back, and then she says, what if,
right?
You don't remember this? She says, what if Locke was right, and Jack says,
I'm starting to,
and Jack says Locke has no idea what he's doing, and then Sun says, well, why is Kate with him?
Oh, that scene. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I remember.
I forgot.
I was starting to think you guys saw something else.
I did too.
Oh shit! I watched The Economist.
It's like I watched the abridged version of Eggtown.
Yeah. I thought I might have missed a scene or two of Eggtown.
Yikes! I know you had high hopes that you missed some good scenes.
I did. I was like, man, I don't know. I felt like I got like the director's cut or something.
Yeah.
Or the opposite of the director's cut. You got the director's cut.
Right.
Anyway.
So then...
There's no director's cut. I just didn't remember that scene.
Good segue, Shin. So then...
I felt like that was kind of a throwaway
That's my
scene.
subtle...
I think that was the problem.
That's my Oscar music.
Yeah, shuffling us along.
Yeah.
All right, the next scene, Kate and Claire are doing the laundry.
Oh, just like women should.
Just like women should.
Oh, this is a great scene. This is
yeah.
a great scene. You know what I love most about this scene?
What?
You should try it sometime.
Yeah. So Kate asks if Ben is in the basement, Locke's basement, and Claire says, yeah, she saw Rousseau take him down there last night. What's causing the question where Rousseau, Alex, and Carl are? I guess they're maybe like in one of the houses,
they're
just hanging out.
Those three, I don't know what they're doing these days. Their story is so on hold right now.
But what else? I think it makes sense that their story would be sort of
tangential,
stagnant because they're not leaving the island. This is the only home that two of them have ever known, and Rousseau has already said that she doesn't want to leave. So they're just chilling in a house,
I guess so. I just feel like it should be weird. Like Rousseau should be like, You know, like
Russo,
like they're chilling at home, and Russo like sets a trap for them, like going to the bathroom.
Exactly. Yeah. Like they go to the cookie jar, and she sets a trap. She's like, "Don't ruin your appetite for dinner," you know. She's like setting random traps around the house for like motherly things.
Exactly. Yeah, like she just shouldn't be normal, you know. Like that sounds crazy.
Alex. Like Carl goes to turn the TV on and it blows up, and she comes in and she's like, "Not before you do your homework."
Oh, Claude.
Oh, Claude. Okay, so you know, and the other thing about Rousseau is she should feel weird sleeping in a house, you know, like in a bed.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I was thinking. Just being normal in general.
She's sleeping in the cul-de-sac, you know.
Yeah. She's in the closet somewhere. I'm fine in here.
She builds herself.
Reminds me of the. She's like, it reminds me of the first ditch I dug that I slept in. All right, so then Claire. Okay, so Locke. We find out Locke has been cooking all day, and they has invited them to dinner, which I wouldn't eat anything Locke made. Oh my God, I'd be afraid he'd poison us all. I don't know, you know. I mean, like from their perspective, you know.
What else are you gonna eat?
Well, there's plenty of stuff to eat. Why do I have to eat what Locke made?
I don't know.
Go get some other stuff. He's the only one with chickens.
I wouldn't want to eat with Locke either. I do feel like they're alluding to his time on the commune, because they all ate together in that thing too.
They're absolutely alluding to his time on the commune.
That's a crappy episode. I wish it wouldn't allude to it, but yeah, I think they are. It's I don't know.
I think it makes sense.
He wants them all to get together and have dinner. Like
that's what he wants. That's what he's always wanted. He's always wanted a loving family, and the commune was the first time he had that. And now he has the opportunity to have a loving family and the mystical properties of the island. You know what I mean? He wants to be Ben, which is Ben has had both. You know. And so that's what he wants, you know. He wants to just be like the wise leader and the holder of the secrets, you know.
But he can't. Like, he's not charismatic enough. He can't like lead them the way Ben did.
Yeah.
He could if he just shape up a little bit, you know.
He needs to shape up a lot, I think.
Well,
shape up or ship out.
Because
did you just make that up?
I just made that up. Off the top of my head. Yeah, it kind of makes sense, right? Shape up or ship out.
Yeah.
It's relevant to the show. Shape up or freight her out.
I really hope that in the next episode we don't see them all sitting down to a nice family meal.
You know, you took the words right out of my mouth. I so don't want to see them. But you know what? I feel like we are. We have to. You know, he said he was you know, he made up that line about, you know, killing the chickens, which is why he had the blood on him. And I thought he was lying until we found out he was been cooking all day. So, you know, maybe he really did kill the chickens.
I kind of thought he was lying too, but it reminded me of that scene in the finale with Alex. Like, she was like killing a chicken or carving it or something, you know, and she had blood all over the place too. Like killing chickens is some kind of
bloody work.
Enterprise, yeah.
It's some kind of thing they have people do. I don't know. At the time, like, I thought it was just all about Alex having blood on her hands or something. But
you know what I think is really irritating that they do in movies and TV all the time is where, you know, people get blood all over their hands, and then instead of washing their hands, they wipe the blood off onto a rag.
Yeah. Hey, let me get this rag bloody.
Yeah. So now your rag is bloody, and you still got to wash your hands because you still got blood. You've got blood residue on your hands.
I just have to say it. I'm sorry. That's what in Pulp
What they do in Twin Peaks?
That's what Samuel L. Jackson yells at John Travolta for, like when they're in the bathroom washing their hands. Like John Travolta just kind of wipes it on a towel, and Samuel L. Jackson's like, "Yeah, you're just getting the towel dirty. Like, you know, we can't."
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's a good point. Sorry, Jen. Tarantino beat you to it.
They made a thing out of it, like, you know.
Well, good, because it should be a thing.
You should wash your hands
first. Yeah.
Instead of just wiping it on a cloth, because now it's got blood all over it.
It's a plot contrivance, and I appreciate that he called it out. But,
yeah, and it looks, it's more cinematic to see, the blood on the cow and stuff.
Totally.
Whatever. All right, so.
But it's weird. Like, I wonder where these chickens are coming from. I mean, I wondered that at the time with Alex. Like, where is this chicken land that they're getting these chickens from?
From the chicken tree.
Chicken land. I hope that's the name of the next episode. It goes
from the chicken tree. Yeah.
The chicken land or the egg town?
Nice.
Oh dear.
Okay.
I mean, I assume they raise chickens. I mean, where else would the chickens be coming from?
I guess I never imagined some kind of chicken.
They have cows.
Some kind of chicken coop. Well, Mikhail had a cow, but Mikhail's crazy. So
yeah, but there was also a cow where the helicopter.
Same cow. It was the same cow.
That was the same cow? How do you know that was the same cow?
According to the official Lost podcast, which there's a new official Lost podcast, feel free to listen to it if you want to. They say that was Mikhail's cow that Frank saw.
So there's one cow on the whole island?
Well, they didn't say that, but they said that was the same cow.
All right, maybe it was the same cow. But I think that where there's one cow, there's more than one cow.
All right.
Every good farmer knows where there's one cow.
What's it all saying?
I lifted under this rock. There's a cow here. Oh no, we're infested.
Hey, there's a cow over there. Well, you know what that means.
Yeah. Moo. All right, let's get through this scene, guys. Let's
How far through the episode are we?
We're like on the 9th scene.
Out of
30?
Out of like 20 scenes.
We're doing fine. We're doing fine. We're getting a lot of stuff done.
Yeah, okay, all right.
This is a productive podcast.
Yeah.
Which is to say we're about 13 minutes out of the 41.
All right.
So that's how it lines up.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it doesn't seem as good when you see the time count.
Yeah, let's not put it that way.
Yeah. 9 out of 20 scenes done. Yay.
We're gonna be doing this all night.
All right, so Claire asks Kate to pick up Aaron, but Kate doesn't want to. Kate says that Claire is a good mom, something Claire never thought she'd be. Duh, we never thought either.
We're not even sure it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It seems like she's
coming from Kate. Is that really an accurate source? I don't know.
Yeah, someone who wants to take the baby.
I mean, I think Kate's idea of a good mom is someone who doesn't scream help when their child comes to see her.
Or someone who doesn't stay with an abusive husband who tries to have sex with their daughter.
Yeah, one who doesn't blame her for killing her abusive stepfather. All right, and then she says that Clayt should try it. Kate, what did I say?
Clayt?
Clayt, yeah, that's what we should call the new Kate Claire.
Yeah, that's the name for wanting Kate and Claire to get together.
Yeah, Clayt. Okay, yeah.
Their new home, like the Clayt homestead.
Oh yeah, you can.
Yeah, Clayt. Clayt Manor.
Mhm.
She says Kate should try it, blah, blah, blah. End of scene.
Blah, 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 indeed.
You should get pregnant and make
You should try it. Here, while we're still trapped on a deserted island.
Yeah,
like it's an ice cream flavor or something.
You know what, guys?
Pistachio. It's really good. You should try it.
You know, we're gonna let's save the in-depth conversation for later, but I think the idea that they forget stuff on the island is coming back into play. So maybe because they don't seem to remember. Yeah, if you get pregnant, you're gonna die.
Yeah.
You know. So maybe his experiment about the memory thing will come into play. Remember our first season? You know.
Oh yeah.
Our first ideas of maybe the island makes you forget. You know, and you don't really want to leave. You forget that you want to leave. You know.
Right. And you don't ask questions, and
you don't really ask questions. You just forget things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is weird. I don't know if I as usual, I wonder if it's intentional or if it's just the way they wanted to do it. They didn't want to get into the pregnant women dying thing.
Yeah, I think they don't want to get into it.
Huge thing.
For women who get pregnant.
What? No, the fact that pregnant women die. I mean, I think that's significant. It's interesting things that they're. I don't know. It's interesting.
Well, I don't think they want every scene about a baby and someone getting pregnant to be, to have that idea of, okay, they're going to die. I don't think they want every scene like that. And I think they're just leaving it out on purpose.
Pregnancy.
Huh?
They just shouldn't have so many scenes about pregnancy.
Well, I agree.
Oh, I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
The less pregnancy discussion on the show, the better. That's my general opinion.
Next scene, flash forward. We're back at Kate's trial. Jack has been called as a character witness, and this is where I say go to transcript.
All right.
Well, maybe it's up now.
It is so not up.
How do you know? You haven't been looking.
I looked. It wasn't up. I'll check again, but.
Maybe I have. How do you know?
Yeah, how do you know? So should I play the scene? Should we just remember what he said? Or
I think the scene is significant, so I feel like maybe you should play it.
Roll it.
All right. What?
Roll it.
All right. Is this the right scene?
He's got to find it.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll just play it from right about when Jack comes in, and hopefully it'll be loud enough.
I remember.
Okay, well, if you remember then.
Well, I don't remember enough to say it.
Yeah.
I remember enough to talk.
He doesn't remember.
All right.
Okay. Can you guys hear it?
Raise your right hand.
Mm-hmm.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Dr. Shepard, could you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if there are any of you who don't read newspapers or the internet or watch television, how you met this gun?
On September 22nd, 2004, Kate, Miss Austin, and I were both passengers on Oceanic Flight 815, which crash-landed on an island in the South Pacific.
Were you aware that Miss Austin was a fugitive being transported by a United States Marshal on that flight to Los Angeles for trial?
I did learn that eventually, yes.
From the U.S. Marshal?
No, the Marshal died in the crash. I never spoke to him. Miss Austin told me.
Did you ever ask her if she was guilty?
No, never.
Well, that seems like a reasonable question. Why not?
I just assumed that there'd been some kind of mistake.
And why would you think that?
Only 8 of us survived the crash. We landed in the water. I was hurt pretty badly. In fact, if it weren't for her, I would have never made it to the shore. She took care of me. She took care of all of us. She gave us first aid, water, found food, made shelter. She tried to save the other 2, but they didn't.
Miss Austin, please sit down.
It has nothing to do with anything. This is my trial, and I don't want him to say anything else.
It's fine. I have no more questions, Your Honor.
Miss Dunbrook, your witness.
That was very moving, Dr. Shepard. I only have one question for you. Do you love the defense?
Objection.
You open this door, Mr. Forrester. I'm going to allow it.
Dr. Shepard, do you love Miss Austin?
Tune in next week to find out what he said. Everyone's on the edge of their seats, like, ready to go.
Oh, my God. He might say yes. He might say no.
She's just got one question. Oh, man.
Lost.
Yeah, exactly. Lost. Oh, man. I was, like, trying not to crack up in some of those parts. I love that, like, So what did you think about the fact that she was, wanted by the marshal? I thought it was a misunderstanding. Why would you think that? Well, I don't know. I just thought it was.
Did I mention I'm a doctor?
Yeah, exactly. Well, judging by the decay of the clothes, I figured that she couldn't have been the murderer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is significant about this scene, I know I don't have to say it, but I will, is that now we get a sense of at least some of the story they've been telling about what happened to them.
Definitely.
Previous to this, we had a sense they were lying, but we didn't know really what they said. And there was that scene with Hurley with the cop, where he asked about Ana Lucia, and he sort of leaves the door open for well, maybe you met her, before the plane crashed or in the airport or whatever, but
he still says no, that he doesn't know.
Yeah, and it sort of hinted that you shouldn't have met her post crash, And so this story sort of fills in, what they're saying happened, which is a very small number of survivors, a very simple story, pretty much, the first few episodes, but with Kate playing the role of Jack, and
no smoke monster.
Yeah, none of the nonsense that happened. Nothing about the story with the marshal and how they had to shoot him and all that.
And I think part of what we're going to find out, and I hope we find this out because I hope they will tie this into the anomaly with time that's going on. Is I'm wondering if the story is going to be that they were on the island for as long as we've known that they were on the island, so we'll see about that. But yeah, it was weird, hearing this story, and she gave, how does she know first aid? It's just I don't know. Some of those things I feel like you could call into question, did she really do that? When did you learn first aid, Miss Austin?
First aid is pretty basic.
Huh?
Some first aid is pretty basic.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Some first aid is basic, but she was able to do first aid more than Jack was. I don't buy that.
Well, if Jack was really hurt.
But, maybe that's his story. He was hurt.
He wouldn't have been able to perform sufficient aid to him. I feel like first aid refers to really minor stuff.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm thinking of.
Maybe she helped. Maybe the I don't know. Maybe the suggestion is that she helped out.
I'm thinking of first aid after a plane crash. I'm thinking you would need to know some stuff. You know.
Setting broken bones.
Yeah, splints and what to do with wounds and stuff like that. Which some of that stuff is basic first aid, but still you gotta be trained to know how to do that stuff. But anyway.
I don't know. I could see the implication being that Jack was doing it too because he's a doctor, but without Kate's help, they wouldn't have been able to pull it off.
But why though? That doesn't make any sense.
Dude, I don't know. Some stuff takes two people.
Some stuff takes two people.
I got the sense
You're right. Some stuff does take two people. Quote of the day. Some stuff takes two people.
I got the sense that the main point was, she was there to help initially. Everybody was hurt, and she was the main one. She was doing Jack's thing, and I guess more, kind of what Ana Lucia did on the other side.
Yeah, there you go.
She was the one who
the problem.
Initially helped people.
Yeah. I get that, but I'm thinking, and obviously it has
crazy training for that.
And obviously it has to do with what they said happened and who was hurt and how. But I'm thinking of what we saw of the plane crash and what it took to get things under control, and it took a surgeon basically. It took Jack knowing what to do and being able to do it, and that what he was doing was what he did. Didn't he do? What did he do with Rose? Wasn't she
He just gave her a basic. What do you call it when you press their chest and then blow in their mouths?
CPR?
Yeah, CPR. All right, I couldn't. Yeah, CPR.
What do you call it when you resuscitate their cardiopulmonary system?
Yeah.
CPR.
He sent Boone off to get a pen just to like occupy him, but she just needed the basic CPR, which like
I always think he stuck it in her throat because there's this scene on Jericho where they did that, and I always think like he got the pen and he like really gave her like that.
Yeah.
So is
thing.
that a good show?
I love that show. You know what? The first season started off great, and then towards the end it got a little crappy. It was okay still, but it just got a little boring. And then, like, season 2, man, they came back with a vengeance. It's really good this season. The first 3 episodes are awesome.
Yeah, I've never seen that. I've never seen Heroes.
Heroes, it's a pass. I wouldn't,
Really?
at this point, I don't recommend anyone watch it because I don't even care anymore, and I've seen all the episodes. Yeah, Heroes had a shorter period of being good in their first season, and then it just got really, really, really disappointing, like consistently disappointing, where it would be like,
I heard that the first season was sort of meh.
Oh, it definitely was, and that's the thing, the creator Tim Kring made a lot of mistakes, and one of the only times I've ever seen a show creator come out and explain the mistakes he made and the staff made. He came out right after that season 1, I think it was after season 1, or was it after season, I don't remember. At some point in the break of their stuff, he came out and was like, yeah, we made this mistake and this mistake and this mistake and this mistake, and I'm like, yeah, you sure did. Like the stuff people were complaining about, because basically at the end of the first season, there's this big, like, thing, and some people could be dead, some people couldn't be, we don't know what happened. It's this huge, cliffhanger, and then the next episode, flash forwards 4 months later. So you don't really find out until what happens to them until like the 6th or something episode after the new season starts. And that's just bad writing. To me, that's bad, And he admitted it. And so that's the thing. I think Hero started sucking because, honestly, I think the creator is just not – I think he's good at stories and characters, but in terms of like really knowing how to plan episodes and how to tell a big story – I think it's clear that he just doesn't have the experience to do that. Because they made a lot of mistakes.
Right.
Anyway.
So, yeah, I'm sorry. I was just curious about that because you mentioned those 2 shows earlier.
Yeah.
I thought Jericho looked good, but I didn't have time on I had too much on my plate when it came out. So
I didn't want to get into it because I thought it was going to be canceled. But, if they're going to carry it through, it seems kind of interesting to me. I would watch it.
Yeah, it gets really interesting, and it's a kind of show where they're talking about things that you've never really seen talked about before,
Is it sort of a post-apocalyptic story?
Yeah, I mean, basically, all the major cities in the United States are attacked by nuclear weapons, basically. And so the whole country is thrown into chaos, and what ensues is basically the show.
I see.
So I think that's a pretty interesting start for a show.
Yeah. See, that I understood that to be the premise, and that made me want to watch it. I just sort of lost track of it. So.
Yeah, I think it's worth watching.
All right, excellent. So.
Now this Lost show, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's really going to go anywhere.
Yeah, I'm not so convinced. So anyway, we know that the party line is that 8 people were rescued.
Right.
I'm sorry, 8 people survived the plane crash, but 6 people were rescued. So now the new mystery is, and I'm really getting tired of these like who's on the list mystery. Like now it's who's the 2 people who died, and did they really die or not? These 2 extra people that from the 8. So. What else did we find out in this scene? So anyway, Kate's painted as the hero. And okay, let me talk about this. This is what I hate. Like, I want to know if they planned, if they were like, okay, we're going to get back to the United States, and obviously, Kate, they're going to want to put you on trial. They're going to find you, blah, blah, blah. But this is how we'll get you off. We'll paint you as a heroine, and we'll do this and we'll do that. I just want to know how much of this did they plan ahead of time? Did they really think that painting Kate in this light was going to help? Was it just we'll do it anyway, or is there another reason that they're doing this other than just the trial thing? That's the kind of questions I'd like answered.
I was assuming that, I mean, they have to come up with some story, right? And
presumably it's not going to be the honest story.
And I guess I said that since Kate was the one who had pending charges, I assumed it was all about the trial, basically.
Here's what I assume. That at some point in the future, we're going to see some really overwrought and cheesy scene where Kate says to Jack, you know, I don't have anything waiting on the other side but the police. And you know, Jack says, well, we can protect you, you know. I'll protect you, you know, and then, et cetera, et cetera.
To me, that's really weak, though. Like, it's a really weak, like, stance. Like, well, maybe we can get you out of going to jail if we just tell everyone, like, you're really great. And that's a big chance to take, I think. And if her mom didn't cave, she'd be going to jail.
It's true. And you know, and I thought after I saw the finale, the season 3 finale, that there was a really good chance that she was going to do what she tried to do in like the 5th episode of the series and assume another person's identity.
Yeah, and I don't know why they didn't want to go with that.
Better bet.
Me too. Like, once this whole thing with her trial and her flash forward, like, is done with and we can see the whole story, I really hope that what they chose is better, because I agree. I feel like if she just would have went undercover, you know, that would have just made more sense. They could have just saved all this time with the trial. I mean, it's only one episode, but, like, they could have had her do something else, you know.
Because how many people really know what she looks like?
Yeah.
It seemed like it worked out okay by luck, you know, by the fact.
And that's what I hate. That's what I don't like when that happens.
Yeah.
To me, that's bad writing. Like, it needs to work out because the characters are smart enough to plan ahead, and it's fine if they get lucky. Like, that's fine if they get lucky, but to go into it with a bad plan, to me, is like just the characters just seem like, you know, not that bright.
Yeah, but I really think that's the way it's going to play out.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I hope there's another factor here that we haven't seen yet, that, you know, like maybe she couldn't get Aaron if she pretended to be someone else, or like there's some, you know, something like that where there's some other reason why she needed to come back as herself and then face her past. You know, hopefully they'll give us that.
Maybe.
Would that it were so.
Would that it were so that it could hope to be. All right. So next scene, Hurley and Sawyer are hanging out. Kate comes over. They go to talk. They talk smallly, and then Kate wants to use Sawyer to bust Ben out.
Ooh.
The end.
Don't forget about the red wine box.
Yeah, it was weird. He like presented it like it was like for sale, like Dharma brand wine, good in a box. You know, it was weird.
It's in a box, but it's still good.
Yeah, boxes are good too. Ain't nothing ever. Oh, never mind. I was going to say something really weird. So next scene, Sawyer comes over to Locke's place. Hey, you gonna play some backgammon? Locke asks
from the good old days.
I know, right? Where's Walt when you need him?
Mm-hmm.
Locke asks Sawyer if he thinks Locke is...
No.
What? Locke asks Sawyer if he thinks Locke knows what he's doing. And he says that Sawyer says he'd be more worried if he was at the beach, and that the rest of the what I like to call Lockies, are sheep. And Kate, well, he's not so sure about Kate. He tells him Kate's plan, and we're all supposed to think that Sawyer's betraying Kate, but of course he never would.
Sawyer sold out Kate.
Raise your hand if you thought Sawyer sold out Kate. Come on. You can't have a scene where she's like, I want you to help me get Ben, and the next scene be him, you know, Sawyer telling somebody that. Like, come on. You know, we know he's playing. He's playing.
Hey.
No one's gonna believe that.
So Locke grabs a gun and says, you know, whatever Miles can say to Ben, he can say to me, which is the quintessential Locke line.
Totally.
You know, like, ugh, it's cringe. It makes me cringe. And then they run down to the boathouse and Miles is gone. Where could he be? Don't you think it would have made, you know, and this is what, because I thought the same thing. I thought it made sense for, like, Locke and Sawyer to rush over to the boathouse because, and I think they implanted this in our minds, and I feel like somehow, and obviously Sawyer, I think that was the whole point, obviously, to get him out of there. But that line that Miles says earlier, bring Ben to me, basically, I think got stuck in my head, and I'm like, oh yeah, Kate's gonna bring Ben to him, So when they rush over there, it's like, oh, but he's not here, Even though that seemed to be the original plan, was Kate was gonna bring Ben to Miles,
Right.
But of course, it just makes more sense for Miles to go to Ben, and which is the next scene, I guess.
Is it?
Yeah. So you don't know. I have the little script. So yeah, we're back at Locke's house. Kate breaks in. She takes Miles to Ben. She shoots the lock off, which, as we said, Mythbusters has busted.
And besides that, I've always thought when I see stuff like that, I've always been like, I'd be afraid just to fire a gun.
I would be afraid it would ricochet.
Yeah,
and
exactly. It just seems like a bad idea to just fire a gun at something right in front of you that's really hard and
a hard metal object was hitting another hard metal object.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we took physics.
For a semester at least.
Yeah. So anyway, this is also go to transcript.
Oh no!
Oh dear.
No.
There's not a lot here. I mean, basically, the big thing is that Ben knows who Miles is and who Miles works for, and that the guy Miles works for spent a lot of time and money to find him, and Miles wants $3.2 million. Huh?
Nothing. I just said Charles Widmore.
He wants $3.2 million.
With enough time
and
and money, you can find anyone.
You can find anyone, even Elvis. Remember that whole thing, guys? Like in the '90s, and especially in the '80s, but in the '90s when people were like, "Yeah, Elvis is still alive."
Mm-hmm.
Remember that? Nobody says that anymore.
Yeah, everybody's sick of it.
That's done. Nobody.
Yeah. Well, it's Tupac allegedly died, and then started coming out.
Yeah, and Tupac had that a little bit, But I remember that I was watching an old Married with Children episode, and Peggy thought she saw Elvis, and I'm like, that was the thing. We're like, maybe he's still around.
Wow, Peggy has come up twice in this podcast.
Yeah.
Hey, you can't get around Katie Seagal.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a Futurama reference later.
Oh.
Yes.
The trifecta. Awesome.
The trifecta.
Hmm.
She's been in 3 great things, I gotta say. That's more than a lot of people get.
Married with Children, you're counting that as a great thing?
Married with Children, I've been rewatching it. I mean, I loved it as a kid, and I've been rewatching it, and it's actually really, really good. It's a very well written show, very smart. But see, that's the thing. They got really silly towards the end, where they would just do anything, and I think that's the thing people remember when they were just kind of really silly. But the beginning, what they were really doing, I think they were really doing something really interesting, and the actors were all great.
I can't abide by this.
Well, all right. Thank you for joining us on the podcast, Jen. You can leave now. All right.
No more.
No. To be honest, I never really watched that show. I've seen a couple episodes here and there.
I say go back and watch the first season, and if you don't laugh, then you're a robot.
Okay, well, first I'm going to finish Battlestar Galactica, Jericho, and I guess Not Heroes.
Not Heroes.
Don't laugh.
Robots don't laugh. It's the comedy Turing test,
Mm-hmm.
If you don't laugh, you're a robot.
That's what they got to do. As soon as they come up with a viable artificial intelligence, just show them Married with Children.
Show them Married with Children, and if they don't laugh, But see, the problem is if it's a really smart AI, they would just laugh when the audience laughs and pretend, God. But then you ask them why it's funny, and if they can't tell you, then they're a robot.
There you go. That's the secret. Okay.
It is funny because he sells women's shoes. Yes, robot, but why is that funny?
They eat toaster stuff for dinner. That's not good sustenance.
Toaster leavings are not a nutritious meal. All right, back to the show. So he wants $3.2 million to lie and pretend and to say that Ben is already dead. Ben, and here's one of the first times we kind of sense that Ben doesn't know what's going on. Ben is confused on why he wants $3.2 million, and it's really interesting to see Ben not know something.
Yeah.
So that was kind of cool. And then there's this little look later when Ben kind of starts talking more, where I feel like he may have figured it out why he wanted it, but at the very least, at the beginning, he didn't know why he wanted that exact amount.
Yeah. Which is weird.
Yeah, it is weird, and it might not have a meaning, or it might have a meaning. I don't know.
It's so specific. I mean,
mm-hmm.
I'm 3.2 million.
It could have been more specific, and which would have been really crazy.
Yeah.
But maybe 3,284,001. Using all the numbers or something.
Right. Yeah, it could have been more specific, but it just still the decimal point.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how about 3 or 4 million? It's just such a. I don't know.
I think it's going to have to do with either how much. I think it has to do with what Miles knows about Ben and what he is capable of. I think either he knows that that's the kind of money he can get access to, particularly his bank, one of his bank accounts has $3.2 million in it or something. You know what I mean? I feel like it has to do with what he knows about Ben.
That's the exact amount of money that he could possibly get at one time.
Yeah, something like that without someone noticing or something, or it's a very, Miles, I think he obviously came there with a plan. So I think it's that number for a very specific reason.
I agree. I mean, I think that's why they made a point of it, but
yeah.
It's
is that not a crazy theory of mine?
No, I think it makes sense.
Yeah,
no. I mean, exactly what it is up in the air. But yeah, I think it probably is something specific to Ben. That would make sense. I mean, why? Yeah, unless it's something about Miles. He needs exactly that amount of money for some specific reason.
To pay off some guys.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why.
Yeah, but even if you want to pay off somebody, wouldn't you want more money than you wouldn't want to end up broke?
If you can get 3.2, you can get a little more than that.
Maybe, but maybe he wants $3 million for himself and he owes somebody $200,000.
Yeah.
Well, why not just ask for $4 million and then have the extra?
It still seems arbitrary.
I don't believe that.
I mean, it makes me think of extortion and ransom situations in general. I mean, the money always is kind of, they have to pick a number, and it's, I feel like if I were actually in that situation, it would be hard for me to decide. You got to balance between what you can get, and what the person can actually, what the person has access to versus,
Yeah, you don't want to go in and say, I want $10 million, and the person's like, well, you're stupid. I only have $1 million. That's all the money I have, sorry.
But you don't want to ask too little. You don't want to ask less than what they could give. You want to get the most you can, but you don't want to step over the line, and it's kind of tricky, you got to, you got to decide.
You should write a formula for that, Justin.
Because if you just come out with I want $500 billion,
Justin, you should write a formula to calculate the perfect ransom.
Yeah, I should.
Yeah.
I guess that's my project for the new millennium.
Factor in if there's a hostage or not, the hostage variable H. The circumstance. Are the police involved? What's the time constraints? Yeah, you should do that. That should be your thesis project.
Okay. All right. I'll look into that.
The perfect ransom.
Seriously.
I want $3.2 million. That's the perfect number. So the other thing we find out is that, are we back, guys? Is everyone? Do I need to go flick the lights, guys?
What?
No, I'm kidding.
Oh. The other thing I wanted to mention about this episode is Miles' line about don't talk to me like you're one of them or like I'm one of them or whatever,
Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't know what you can do, or who you are, what you can do.
Yeah. Well, another hint that Ben's up to stuff that's beyond what we or the the Losties, I guess.
Yeah, which I really think that The Economist established as well.
No, I agree, but it's I mean, The Economist.
This seems more mystical.
The Economist seemed, I agree, and The Economist is a flash forward. So he may have gotten up to something after this, But we saw that picture, and with this line, it sort of establishes that Ben has been up to stuff for a while. Like he's not just.
I guess I just assumed in The Economist that he'd been doing shit all along.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of did too, but it's still, I don't know, it's further.
But I think this coming from Miles, who's like the spiritualist guy, I think is interesting, and he, saying not only who you are, but what you can do.
Yeah.
That's a crazy thing to say to somebody.
It is, yeah. I agree.
And I think the fact that Ben, Ben's always calm, most of the time when he's, captured. And it makes me feel like he doesn't have anything to fear. Does he have some sort of power where, like, he knows that he's not going to die, or he won't be killed or tortured to death or anything like, you know what I mean? Like, he's just, like, happily sitting in the basement and waiting for whenever his plan will come into fruition, if it hasn't already started.
Just twiddling his thumbs and...
Yeah, and it's just like, I don't know. And so this is an interesting scene. And so he basically tells him, what did he say at first, 48 hours? And then Ben's like, well, my present situation, can that be amended? And he goes, okay, you have a week. Which, I'm like, Miles is going to hang around for a week?
I guess.
And it's like, aren't you going to give him your bank account number? Like, how are you guys going to make this transfer? Is he just going to give you a sack with a $sign on it?
I know. And he brings up the problem of Charlotte, whatever.
Charlotte, is she burned?
I guess so.
She got burned somehow.
That's what you call her, when she dies in the inevitable forest fire that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Later in the
that the cow's gonna start.
But like I thought that at the time. I mean, he Charlotte's seen him and he outs her to the rest of them, and so I mean she's a problem. Like how exactly is Miles going to take care of that? It's.
Oh, he says that, and it seems sort of ominous, but it could just be hey, I'll give you $0.2 million.
Yeah, okay. That's the end of that. He gets 1 of 3, and the 0.2's for Charlotte.
I don't know. We'll see. That's obviously a thing that they want us to think about.
Yeah, I guess so. But I'm glad they at least brought it up because I feel like if they hadn't, it would have been a problem.
Because what if he just says, what if somehow he escapes or he gets away or he barters, he egg towns for his freedom.
If you will.
If you will. Just made that up. And he tells Charlotte that, she's like, where's Ben? And he's like, I had to kill him, like, to get away or something, like he's dead, I had to kill him. And we'll just say that he was already dead, otherwise they'll be mad at us, or whatever. It could be something really crappy like that.
Oh, okay. I guess he could try that.
I think it'll be more interesting than that, though, hopefully.
God, I hope so.
All right, so is that it for the scene? And then basically,
pretty much.
So,
I mean, this was a slight disappointment to me. I mean, I guess, I don't know. I guess we're getting into mid-season lull time for Lost.
Yeah.
And they can't give away too much at this point. Like, they give you some nuggets at the beginning, and then they're just shuffling their feet for several episodes, and then then the good stuff comes at the end. But like, I wanted more out of this.
Yeah,
I wanted some more concrete information from Miles or Ben in this scene, and they both like managed to have a scene without giving away really anything.
And you know how they did it was the time constraint. They didn't have time to sit and gab. So.
Yeah, that's true.
I really hoped that because this season was shorter, we weren't going to have the mid-season lull the way that we've had it in the past.
Yeah, and it's not as much, I don't think.
That's true. It's not as much of a lull as some of that crap that we've had to sit through in the past, but But still, it's more of a lull than the last 3 episodes have been, you know.
Yeah, definitely. And we were going to get something. They couldn't have kept up that pace the whole time.
Yeah, they would have been finishing the show if they kept up that pace, because it was all over. It was really intense. So
they have to stop and do the laundry.
Mhm. Yeah, I just feel like that's a sign, you know, when people are sitting on the porch sipping coffee and like.
Yeah, when you have a line in an episode, that coffee smells good.
Yeah, yeah, that just tells you right there, like nothing interesting is going on. It's just a bad sign. It's just like, you know, man, this oatmeal is awesome.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's just a sign they're bullshitting and.
Yeah, they've got nothing.
You know, okay, whatever. I mean, I get it, and they gave us something in this episode. It's not totally worthless, but
yeah, and they were resolving the Kate Sawyer thing,
yeah.
and now we got a little bit of info about Ben and Miles, and you know,
and a little more flash forward development. So,
and I do like that whole thing. Do you know who I am?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like that's been asked a lot this episode.
Yeah.
You know, but I love that. I love that question. It's a very ominous question. You know.
Yeah.
You know, do you know who I am? Like, because you kind of don't want to say yes, but you better know, because if you don't know, you should know, because they're scary if they're asking that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's all.
Okay.
Valid point, but
thanks for that.
Like,
no need for the tone.
I mean, I just felt like his response to that question made it clear that he did know.
That he didn't know what?
About her and what she'd done.
Yeah, I think it was fairly clear.
Oh, and that's one of the weird things about this episode, you know. It's sort of organized around this problem of Kate trying to find out if Miles knows about her, and I feel like there's a problem there, you know, like even if he doesn't know, I mean in the end she sort of leaves to go back to Jack, or sort of decides to leave to go back to Jack anyway, like even after she finds out that.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean,
that's why she stayed, though. She stayed to have time to find out.
I know, but if she just found out that he did know, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't seem like it really mattered. And not only that, like, you know, you were in this plane crash. Like, you know, the people who matter know that you were in this plane crash, and if there's a rescue, like. You know, they're gonna. I mean, maybe she's thinking she's gonna like go under some identity, but we know she doesn't do that. So.
Well, I think it would give her a chance to figure out what she should do. You know, whether or not these people know who she is or not. Because if they like basically say for instance he didn't know who she was, like. You know, then that might mean that when the reports of the crash and everything that they didn't, you know, wasn't common knowledge that the authorities didn't say one of the members was this person, or you know what I mean. I think it's prudent for her to figure that out, to see just what the real world knows about her, and what in particular these people coming to the island know about her.
Well,
you know.
But in terms of her future, I mean, unless she's gonna assume an identity and go on the run again. I don't feel like it matters, because I feel like the people who count, you know, basically, you know, who's ever responsible for her case, you know, they know she was on the plane. I mean, it should have been documented. And the marshal was carrying her, like, you know, if she's going back as herself, she's gonna have to deal with this, you know, no matter what, whether these people on the boat know about her or not, unless she's gonna try to just run and sneak away, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, I don't know, that's why it bothers me. It just seems like whatever she hears, it isn't really gonna affect her that much. You know, because they're not gonna arrest her.
Well, they're not gonna arrest her, but what they know about her is a sign of how much information there is out there about her, what people are saying, you know. I think.
Because I think even if the news reports aren't talking about her, like I said, I mean the people who she's going to have to deal with know.
Mhm.
You know, and that's all that matters. She should know that. I mean, they're not just going to forget. You know, they're not just going to like drop her case. You know.
Yeah.
If she gets rescued.
But I think it makes sense for her to want to find out. I mean, maybe she won't be able to do anything, but I think it'll help her decide what to do, even if, her plans won't change. You know what I mean? Like, it may be for nothing, but I see why she did it. I think it makes sense, for her to do it.
All right.
I mean, I could see her doing it out of curiosity.
Mm-hmm.
I just, as an engine for the episode, I just think it's kind of flimsy because, I don't know. It just seems like from the beginning she should know, like, I don't know.
Well, you got to put it in perspective. It wasn't just about her, finding out what he knows about her. It was about the whole thing with Ben too. You know what I mean? Like one was a thing that leads to the other, and now there's the whole thing with Kate and Locke, and so one thing led to another.
That's true.
And there really was no other reason for her to stay. If she wasn't going to stay for Sawyer, there really wasn't any other reason for her to stay behind.
Yeah.
So now she can go back to Jack and whatever, and
intimidate, get pissed at him, and come back to Sawyer.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
All right, you ready for the next scene, guys?
I think so.
Thank you.
That was not planned.
Thank you, Lowdown twins. They'll be. Never mind. Claire. Where am I? So flash forward, I think. Okay, no. So the end of this is So basically the end of this part of this scene is Miles tells Kate what he knows about her and whatever, and then she's taking him back, and then Locke comes and.
Yeah.
What?
Sorry. What I liked about this is that this is like, in spirit, a similar kind of scene that we've seen before with the others talking about, I know you, blah, 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 and rattling off information about people. What I liked about Miles is that he didn't remember stuff. He was like, yeah, you're wanted for this and this and that, some other stuff. Like, I like the idea that he didn't sit there and memorize everything. It's
with his personality, though. I think he was getting across. I think it's really fitting of his personality, and I think it's also fitting the fact she was charged with so much stuff. Because even when I was like having to write down what she was charged with, I'm like, Jesus Christ.
But not only that, but also that, like, listen, lady, I don't give a shit about you. I'm not here for you. I'm here for Ben. I don't care what you did. I care about Ben and my $3.2 million.
But I always had the sense for the others, it was like, they had homework, you have to memorize these files. So if you get in a situation, you can talk about people like you know them. You have to memorize every specific detail, And I like the idea that the Bow people are like that. Like they read up some stuff, but they're not, they don't obsess about every detail.
Yeah, because they don't care about it. They're not there for these people.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I appreciated that, like, slight variation on the scene.
And the only reason he knows stuff about them is because she was there when they were, talking in the whole radio thing, like the sat phone thing. Like if they never found out her name, he wouldn't know anything about her.
Claude, your phone hasn't died yet.
It hasn't, but it will now that you said that.
Yeah, you first did.
No, we've been recording for 3 hours, and I think the last couple of times it's been the 3.5, 4 hour mark.
Yeah, that's usually that's true. That's usually where the problems start.
Yeah, so
you might have spoken too soon.
Sorry.
Well, at least if I go out, there's still two people to talk. So.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the thing. But nonetheless, I have been sort of brainstorming today things that we could do in the event that.
I think what would be great is if my phone goes out, you should just be quiet, Jen, and let Justin flail again. I think everyone loves that.
Yeah, that would be good. People seem to like that.
Apparently so.
I thought that Justin and I should have a drinking contest.
What?
But
I won't be gone that long.
Yeah, that's the thing. I know your phone doesn't go out.
I know. That was the problem I brought up. Yeah, it was like.
But it would be sweet, especially if I could drink him under the table.
You guys have a yodeling contest.
Hey, that's not bad.
Yeah, I like that.
So what's the next scene, Claude?
All right, so blah blah blah. Locke comes and then he catches Kate and then blah blah blah. I'm trying to find my place here. Where is it? Oh, okay. So the next scene is. Huh?
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to. I wanted to think for a moment about that line. This has nothing to do with you, Locke. Go back to your house, Kate.
Yeah, I was really wondering what she was gonna say, about the fact she just obviously did, made a boo boo. But
there's your episode title.
Yeah.
Kate made a boo boo.
Kate made a boo boo. I was wondering what her response was going to be, and I did like that she was like, "This has nothing to do with you." I like that it wasn't.
It's true. It has nothing to do with.
Yeah, it's like it's not. This wasn't about me tricking you. This wasn't about me usurping your power. This is and I like that. That was a good response.
A good response.
So next scene, Claire and Kate are just gabbing along like girls do. Yeah, again, exactly. This is like the third scene with them like talking.
They're totally setting up the air.
They were never this close before, were they?
Never.
I mean, you never saw them just hanging out.
No. Kate was never just.
Kate was too busy going on missions when she wasn't invited.
Claire was too busy just fucking around with the
baby. Claire had the baby and Charlie, and Kate had Jack and Sawyer and everything else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now they're pals for some reason. It's in slight parallel. It's kind of weird, I feel like Sawyer and Hurley have the same kind of thing. Like
they are bosom buddies now. Now that Charlie's gone,
they never
buddies.
really talked before, but like in that first episode, there was that scene where Sawyer tried to like talk to Hurley, get him to like.
Dude, Hurley is the closest thing Sawyer has to a friend right now.
No.
Yeah, he said Jack was the closest thing he had to a friend.
Not anymore. That's just the split. And wasn't there something with wasn't there something before with like Desmond and Charlie or somebody? Wasn't there a weird matchup before we talked about? Like two people were getting close like randomly. Was it Desmond and Charlie? I guess they had their whole thing.
They had a thing. They had a reason to.
Yeah, they had a reason to be.
I feel like you're probably right, but I can't remember.
There was something about people just like randomly like, hey, we're friends now, right? But okay, so anyway, they're talking and Locke comes over and then they they excuse Claire and cuz she's just not
get out of here.
Yeah. She's just not important enough to be in a
conversation. You don't want no part of this shit.
This is Eggtown discussion. So Kate tells Locke what Ben and Miles talked about, which this is the kind of scene like, man, we really wouldn't, this is the kind of thing we wouldn't have got before.
That's so true.
Not only did we get to see Miles and Ben talk to each other, but we got it to have it repeated. For those who missed it at home. Which is pretty crazy. So then Locke banishes Kate. Next scene, flash forward.
You're not welcome here.
You're not welcome here.
Locke banishes Kate as much for the obvious reason of her like going behind his back, as he does for the fact that she was able to accomplish what he was unable to accomplish, which is finding out what the fuck was going on between the two.
That's a good point. That's a good point that she got something done. She not only did she found out a lot of information that he couldn't. That he doesn't really seem that interested. He seems to like want to take this
I think he's interested. I think
but I feel like he wants to take this like laid back like the information will come to me approach.
Yeah, he just wants to wait until the two of them tell him separately.
Yeah, you're gonna tell me what's going on.
Yeah. He wants to bring them breakfast and be like, all right, I was hoping you would share.
Yeah.
Go for it. Okay, fine. I'm going to throw your breakfast against the wall.
Yeah, fine. I feel like the biggest thing, if you just bring somebody breakfast and they piss you off, I think the opposite of that is eating it for them, not like throwing it on the ground.
Especially if it's the last
you should eat. Yeah, you should say it like, these are the best eggs I've ever had.
Your breakfast tastes so good.
This tastes so
good. Breakfast like these are the last two eggs. He should just
read. He should just read. He should eat the breakfast and read the book, and it should be the best thing he's ever done.
Oh yeah, totally.
Oh my God, this book is so unpredictable.
Philip K. Dick, you are a genius. So flash forward, Kate's mom, a.k.a. Sabrina the Teenage Witch's aunt.
Oh, really?
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's her. I can't ever not look at her and see that.
Have you mentioned that before?
I don't think I have.
I don't think you have either. I had no idea.
It was really obvious to me when I saw her this time.
Sabrina the Teenage Witch's aunt was that woman who was always.
She had two.
Squares.
Yeah. The funny lady. Yeah. She had two aunts on there.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
I haven't really seen it.
I'm sad I know that.
Yeah.
So the mom comes to talk to her, and the mom tells Kate she does want to testify, and that she says when she thought Kate was dead, it all changed. She says she wants to see her grandson, and Kate says no. So, she has this thing about saying her doctor says she has 6 months to live for the last 4 years, and I guess she's trying to say that the idea that Kate was alive kept her living, and that's the gift that she and so now that she's sort of giving her these extra years. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but now that she's giving her these extra years, she's not going to testify against her.
I think she's just saying for the past 4 years, they've been saying I got 6 months to live. I could go any minute now, or I could last for another few years. I want to meet my grandson.
I thought the point was.
And perspective number 3, go.
I thought the point was, the most recent scene we've seen with her, it seemed like she was on the verge of death.
Mm-hmm.
She was in the hospital, seemingly in the later stages of whatever it is she has, and so I thought that was their way of dealing with that. Maybe
it's all 3.
Maybe
all 3 combined for the perfect scene.
But I think the more important question about this scene is why Kate is so adamant about not letting her mother see Aaron. Is it because she just doesn't like her mom, or is it, which I think is more likely, because she has this weird feeling about letting other people see Aaron or presenting Aaron on their own?
My theory is that it's because Aaron is Jacob.
Oh.
Yeah, you didn't see that coming.
That goes in tandem with your theory of Vincent a smoke monster.
Yeah. Well, that's the old theory. I don't think that anymore.
That brings the mural back in a way.
The mural.
Yeah.
The mural has always been the most important information that we've seen. The mural and the blast door map are just going to be really important.
I thought it was just because her mom, fucking sold her out, She, numerous times. I mean, over and over again.
Yeah, but
consistently.
If I were in that situation and I knew that if this woman didn't testify, that was my best chance of not having to go to jail, I'd be like, yeah, come on over.
But see, that's the whole thing. Kate seems to be... She seems to know she's not going to go to jail. It's like she read the script or something,
Yeah.
She doesn't seem, even when Jack is trying to testify to save her, she's just like, no. She doesn't really seem concerned about going to jail, or really having to face the consequences.
Well,
I agree.
That's the weird thing. Even when there's that scene, have we talked about it, where somebody, is it the lawyer or whatever, is talking
that's at the end.
Oh,
wait.
No.
It's
the earlier
not the police
scene where he's like, you'll get
20 counts for each thing. 20 years for each count.
No, he no. He offers them it's like the original deal or something.
Yeah, 20 years.
And he
for
says
each,
no.
Okay.
He says
Yeah, 20 years each.
yeah.
No. He's like you'll get whatever and you'll serve 7 or something. She's like no. And he's like, if we go to trial, you could face up to 20 years for each count and life.
That's what we're talking about. That's what we've.
No, I know, but I'm talking about the other thing. All right. No, you're right. That's the same scene.
Thank you.
I was just trying to say, like she it just kind of irritated me. She was just like, no jail. It's like I'm sorry, you did something. Like, you don't get the right to dictate your.
But she's a good person. She performed first aid for a group of strangers.
Yeah,
I mean, I think that nullifies.
But here's the thing. Did Kate shut Jack down because the writers didn't want to get to the part where Jack mentioned something about Claire having a baby and then dying, Claire being one of these 8 people, and then Kate assuming responsibility for the baby?
No, because it was at the end of the episode, and they could have just left it at, I'll come over and see the baby, or they didn't even have to bring the baby up.
What?
And they could have just went for coffee. Is that what you're talking about at the end?
He's talking about the testimony.
Oh, I thought you meant, when you said shut him down, I thought you meant about wanting to come see Aaron.
Who's talking about the testimony?
I'm talking about when Jack is testifying, and she stands up and dramatically says, this is my trial and I don't want to blah, blah, blah.
Even when it's your trial, I still don't think you get a say-so about what goes on.
I don't think so either. I think that is not the way that the legal
All right, it's her trial. She wants clowns. Bring in the clowns, guys.
I get to control everything.
Yeah. But it's not her birthday party. It's her trial.
But I didn't really think about but anyway, my point is
what's your point?
My point, Claude. My point is this: that
she gets on the phone. It gets louder.
Whose point? What's the point?
Do you think anybody's still listening?
I don't think so.
I sort of forgot we were a podcast.
Yeah, right? That's the magic of the Lost Lowdown. You kind of forget you're podcasting.
No, but my point was that I'm asking the two of you if you think that she stands up and stops him from testifying because the natural next thing for him to say was about Claire being one of these 2 people who survives the crash but then dies, doesn't make it off the island, giving birth to this baby, and then Claire assuming responsibility, Kate. Kate assuming responsibility for Claire's baby.
Yeah, I think so. I think they didn't want us to get to that point yet.
Or do you think that what?
I think it was more about I think it was about the information of what happened, and I think it might have been the emotional part of that too. That whatever happened was pretty crazy, and she doesn't even want to hear it, let alone have him lie about it.
Yeah, but what I'm really asking, I guess, is do you think that the official story is that Kate gave birth to that baby, or that Claire gave birth to the baby and then died, and then Kate assumed responsibility on the island for the baby, and then when she got off the island?
Yeah, I mean, if she has the baby, she would have had to adopt it if it's legal, and and if she's on trial, I don't see any adoption agency letting that go through.
Yeah, but the thing is that the lawyers is talking about making this about character and using the baby as the crux of this character arc.
Yeah.
It's not that sympathetic just to have a baby. I mean, anybody can have a baby, but it's a lot more sympathetic if you have taken responsibility for a baby that was born to a mother who then died. Don't you think?
Yeah, I think that would make me cry if I was in the jury.
It's more sympathetic, but I think sometimes they do use they're a mother,
right. They do. She's a mother. Don't send her. To jail, blah, blah.
The fact
that they have kids makes them inherently more sympathetic.
But I think you brought up an interesting question. How does she even have Aaron? What are the circumstances?
Yeah,
I don't think it makes sense that she could tell them she gave birth that Aaron is that's hers. I don't think that makes sense.
I agree. I don't think either scenario really works. The adoption scenario, like you said, legally, I think would be pretty tough for her to get through in these circumstances. Maybe after her trial or something, she could pull that off. But realistically, I mean, plus I don't even know what the legalities are for a baby that's born on an island, and the mother's Australian and she wants to adopt it, and I have no idea how that works, but
they'd probably send the baby back to the psychic.
Right? Yeah. Oh, that'd be great.
It's a good point. I feel like maybe we should save it until we get to that scene.
Oh God!
All right, save
it.
Get
to that scene? Like, what else is there?
We gotta go through everything.
We got so much more to go through.
Claude, where are we?
We're only. Let's see. I think he just banished her. So the mother came in.
God.
We're about 29 minutes into the episode of 41 minutes.
That's pretty good.
So we got about 10
Our motto here
and
is
Justin?
discuss everything. So,
discuss everything, yeah.
That includes the crap scenes.
Yeah, we're on scene number 15 pretty much of the 2021 scene. So we got another
track. We're going down the road.
Yeah, we had a slow start, but
I'm not trying to mess up y'all's vibe here.
No, I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying don't mess
He's
up
just
our
schooling
vibe.
you. He's just schooling you.
I mean, I can hang up, okay?
Oh, can you? You promise? No, I'm kidding. All right, so back to this. Kate says, no grandson for you, Mommy. Next scene.
Was that a quote?
That was a quote, yeah.
Okay.
Kate comes to see Sawyer, who is wearing less clothes than he ever did on the beach.
Yeah.
I don't know how that works.
I'm just lounging in my bed.
Yeah.
I love that.
This is how I sit down every night, huh?
Yeah, exactly. This is how I do when I got a bed to lay in. Yeah, I was like entering Sawyer's boudoir.
This and more could be yours.
Yeah. If your price is right.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was weird.
It was really weird.
Yeah.
I always feel weird when I see Sawyer's nipples. Something about
yeah, they're big. Okay, he's got big, grody areolas.
Yeah.
Now, I didn't say that. I said
that. For the record, I said that.
I think only a woman could truly appreciate Sawyer's areolas. But
I wouldn't say that what I have for them is appreciation per se.
Well, I mean, you know what I mean, to discern the quality of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that version of appreciate.
I don't
have
the hot for Sawyer.
The hot?
Sure. Mhm. You just watched this scene 10 times because.
Yeah. No,
Well, this is it's so yeah. I was skimming this scene and there's all these.
I think you were right the first time.
What?
Nothing.
Scamming the scene?
Yeah.
So you were skimming the scene. And
yeah. Anyway, I just saw these shots of Sawyer with his legs open and just with his shorts on.
Why don't you come on in and sit down?
Come on.
Yeah.
Why don't you take
open for business? It's like park it right here, Freckles. Park it right here.
Now really no one's listening.
Yeah, well, either no one's listening or everyone's listening. This just got interesting. Finally.
Wow.
It's about time.
It's about time Lost Lowdown got interesting. Okay, so she comes to Sawyer, blah, 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 and she tells him that Locke wants her gone, and Sawyer says, well, I unbanished thee, and he'll keep her safe, and they go snuggle or something. I guess they don't have sex. You think they would,
apparently
but
they don't.
It's implied that they do, but then they tell you in the next scene that they don't.
Yeah.
And you know why, Justin? Do you know why?
No, why? I don't understand all these women parts.
Oh, God. Yeah, I just saw the episode of Married with Children when they go on the camping trip. It's like the whole Bundy family and the Rhodes come to, and like Kelly has her period, and then it's the whole thing about women on the same menstrual cycle. So like all the women have their period, and they get trapped in the cabin because like the bears and all the wild animals are trying to get into the women because they're all like menstruating.
See, this is
it was a weird episode.
I will never go back and watch Married with Children.
It was a weird episode.
Is it utterly absurd, but it's pretty offensive.
Yeah, that's offensive?
I find that offensive, yeah.
Why?
Because, well, first of all, because it's completely unrealistic. And
well, that's the whole point, though. That's why it's funny.
And I just think that's bullshit.
It's funny though that they're all on their same cycles.
Okay,
just all of a sudden.
The episode is funny. Your description. No.
All right, well, blame the messenger.
I'm gonna blame the show.
Oh. Okay, well that too. All right, so he mentions her, keep her safe, blah blah. Next scene, Dan and Charlotte doing some sort of game/experiment. He's trying to remember what these playing cards are, and he only gets. Does he only get 2 out of the 3?
Yeah.
Is that what it is? Okay. It said that, but I didn't think he got 2 of them.
He got 3.
But I couldn't really tell. He said a lot of stuff.
He got the last one wrong.
The last one was wrong?
Yeah,
okay,
he said
so he got the most recent
one.
Yeah.
And it was actually a 3 of spades or something like that.
All right. So then Jack and Jules comes over, and they want to get in touch with the boat. And they said,
I like calling her Jules.
Yeah, she's Jules now. I don't know. She feels a bit different now that she's not in the forefront.
That's what what's his name called her.
Yeah, Pickett.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Pickett.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to keep Pickett's memory alive because he was such a great.
No one wants to forget
character.
Pickett. I think we all know that the show would be better if Pickett were still alive.
Yeah. I think things would be, that runway would be finished if Pickett was still alive.
Yeah.
That's all I gotta say. We find out there's another line. There's another line that they use for emergencies. I hate this sat phone. I got to tell you, by the way. I really hate how this whole thing works. There's always some extra thing on the phone. Like, oh yeah, here's another line we can use that we never thought to tell you about before. And it's it gets Regina like, what's the big whoop? She couldn't answer the other line.
It's like, what's the difference? I don't understand.
If it were me, I'd rather call Regina than
Minkowski?
Yeah, Minkowski.
I have to say, I really like Regina. She's won me over with her
lack of interest in what's going on.
Yeah. Something about how she just doesn't care.
She really doesn't care. You know why? Because I think when we talk to her, she's on the hood of Kurt Russell's car.
Yeah.
She's got her own problems. She doesn't care about what's going on. She's too busy trying to stay on the hood of his car.
Something about exactly.
She's been through enough.
So.
All right. So blah blah blah. Regina calls, and I love when they can't say that right.
Me too.
That R. They just put that R in there.
Yeah, the way Claire says Rousseau too.
Yeah. They crazy people.
Imitate that.
So let's see. Regina doesn't know anything about the helicopter. So basically we find out that the copter hasn't made it yet. Justin really wants to know, apparently.
Sorry, I'm just so worried. Maybe Saeed died. Maybe they're all dead.
Even if we didn't see his flash forward, who really thinks that's how Saeed and Desmond would die? It's just off camera.
I agree, but it adds an extra sense of security,
Yeah.
Like even more than I would have normally. I'm not even worried about whatever's going to happen. He might be in some temporary danger, and I'm not even worried about that. He'll be all right.
Yeah, something made me remember about Nadia. Somebody told me.
Nadia the cat or Nadia Saeed's woman?
I think we all know I mean Nadia the cat.
Oh, that cat.
The more interesting of the three.
Yeah,
No, something about Nadia was brought up. Jerica, who you both know and who the audience don't know. She, I feel like I'll just say her name instead of saying my friend. Anyway, she was telling me that she watched that before Eggtown came on last night or the night before. That I guess they re-showed Saeed's episode, the Economist, and apparently what they did was like this pop-up video thing where they popped up information.
They've been doing that all season, yeah.
Ugh, it makes me want to vomit.
But there's been some interesting shit in it.
Well, yeah. So anyway, she says that they brought up Nadia in that.
Really?
I guess
what did they say?
Well, it actually, and it ties into what Ben says about your heart and your gun, like using your heart instead of your gun. She said it says something about that Saeed has a history, basically of that, of using his heart and not his gun or something. Because I told her my theory that, my half-ass theory that Nadia's on the boat, and so the fact that they're bringing her back up, it might be interesting. Even though it's in the pop-up video thing.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I don't know why they're doing that.
Well, you know what I got from that pop-up video thing?
What?
That the woman in the second episode, Confirmed Dead, who is in Dan's apartment with him, who asks how he wants his eggs, is his caretaker.
Oh, really?
His caregiver. Yeah.
His caregiver.
Yeah, not his wife
or
his girlfriend.
That's just a spoiler to me.
I'm sorry.
No, I just mean I'm not blaming you. I'm blaming the show for telling it. I mean, it's like, is that if it's important, then shouldn't we find out in the course of the show and not in some like retro pop-up thing?
Yeah, I agree.
Sorry. I guess I shouldn't have said that. Spoiler
alert! Nice. Now everyone use your time machines and go back in time if you don't want to hear that.
No, I'm really sorry. I thought because it was on the show, it was...
Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm not really concerned it was on the show. I'm just pissed at them for putting something to me that otherwise is a spoiler. You know what I mean? Like, because they haven't told us that directly through the show yet.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's like, if they're going to tell us important stuff like that, does that mean we need to start watching these like repeats of like Lost? Like,
my boss was telling me that he watched they had the same thing for the season 3 finale when they reran it.
Oh, wow.
Who do you work for?
Yeah, the man I work for is no economist.
Oh, man.
For the record, no economist.
Everyone has a boss.
Yeah, even I have a boss. But no, he said that they did the same thing for the season 3 finale the night before the season 4 premiere aired, and that there was a lot of stuff and that was sort of interesting, not integral, but interesting.
Yeah.
No integral.
Oh dear. Does everybody know Justin, you're a mathematician?
Let's just skim right past that. The fact that that's his caretaker is weird and crazy and makes us wonder what's going on with him.
Yeah, which is actually what we're talking about right now with the memory loss.
It goes along with Naomi saying
that he's a head case.
That he's a head case, yeah.
Okay.
When he's taking the job, he's getting the job from Lieutenant Davis.
Yeah, and I'm maybe it's like a deleted scene or something, or that they would have showed us that it was that because in that scene when she's saying all that, it seems like that's all stuff we know already, but we didn't know why he was a head case.
Yeah.
So I feel like it was maybe they shortened that scene or something.
I could totally buy that, and I personally think that it's not that big of a deal,
Yeah.
I feel like we're supposed to sort of know that he's a little, I don't know.
I thought he was spacey because he was.
So that he has some sort of mental.
Well, see, yeah, that's the thing now. Now it's like I thought he was spacey because he was just, sort of a kooky scientist guy. But now it's like we can't really trust 100% of what goes on with him now if he's unreliable mentally.
Yeah,
the light scatters differently here. Maybe that's just his warped interpretation.
So, what do you think about this card scene? Like, his memory's off. Like, is it because of the island? Is it because of the island of him? Is it because of him only?
Yes. Yes.
All of the above.
Yes.
The third one was a no, though. Now that I think about it, good luck figuring out what that means.
I think it's just him. The memory.
I don't think it's just him. I feel like if it's just him, then that's boring. I feel like, huh?
Maybe it's boring, but I think it's just him.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I should say I don't want to think it's just him. Maybe it is, but I don't want to think it is. I want to feel like they're figuring out some sort of key information about how the island works. That because no one's ever done that. No one's ever tried to really test their memory like that. In a sort of scientific way. In an organized way at least. And I hope they find something out that's not just, well, sorry, Dan, you're losing your memory. But it could be that this is just nothing but a segue into his head case business. Like Charlotte will tell us, well, he has early Alzheimer's or something, or whatever, and it's getting worse now that he's on the island or whatever they want to say about it. It could just be about him. I hope it's about the island though.
That's what I assumed, and that's what I want to believe.
Because they both said the last time we saw them, they both were like, "We got to work, and I felt like this was part of the work.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we'll see as we go forward, but I'm going to believe that for now.
I'm going to go ahead and register an unqualified disagreement.
All right.
Okay.
Duly registered. It's a $25 registration fee.
Well, yeah, all right.
And you got to get it notarized. Now we do have a notary on the premises, but they're out to lunch. As notaries always are.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
All right,
I can't help but get
scene.
the sense you've encountered this situation before.
Do you sense some bitterness in my having to have something notarized in the recent past? Maybe an astute observation.
Out to lunch.
I haven't thought of notaries in a while.
Yeah, but when you need them, where are they? I don't know. At lunch.
Good question.
It's like everybody's a notary, and everyone knows a notary, but can't find one when you need one.
So what's
the next scene is Locke. Locke goes to Miles, and he stuffs a grenade in his mouth to shut him up, and basically his whole I'm big and I'm bad, and you need to respect me, and this if you're gonna say, what did he say? See, this is a transcript also.
I learned. Doesn't he say, I learned yesterday that there's no point in having rules unless you enforce them?
Yeah, without rules without consequences or something.
I got a grenade in my mouth and you don't. I mean,
yeah, it's like he's basically saying if you're not going to talk to anyone until you talk to me. But it's it's typical stupid Locke. What if the guy drops the grenade and blows himself up? And Locke is out of information just because he's trying to be ballsy and in control. To me, this is overboard. This is too much.
But not even just that. I mean, if somebody wanted to talk to him, I mean, he's the only one who's got his hands tied. Sawyer walks in there,
takes it out, and then stuffs it back in after he gets what he wants to know. Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. See, it doesn't even work no matter what. It's such an impotent action. It's like. Locke is just a walking flaccid penis.
Wow. Gross.
You know what? You're so right. It's just useless and dangling and
who cares?
Ineffectual.
Who cares how big it is or who cares what it is, what it can do? It's not, it's just useless.
Exactly. It might have potential, but it's never going to be realized.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just I agree.
Hey.
But at the same time, I have to give Locke credit for for
doing something.
For doing something,
yeah,
pretty
I
much.
think that's a pretty intense gesture.
For doing something that's intense, you know.
I'll give him 5 points for doing something, minus 7 points for what he did.
Yeah, pretty much. That's luck for you. For every point he gains, he has to lose some.
He from the beginning, when this new Locke, the old Locke, whatever, but like this new sort of version of Locke, he never does anything like really like the smart way or cunning, or never like surprises us with like how interesting of idea he can. You know what I mean? It's always like these bold moves that I'm gonna blow up the sub. I'm gonna blow up your mouth. Like he just wants to stick an explosive somewhere to solve his problems.
I'm not here for Jack. I'm here for Miles' mouth.
Yeah, exactly. He just wants to like blow up things, man. That's his answer. Like if I can't, he's like the kind of kid where like he wants to play with something, but some other kid wants to play, and the mom is like share, and he's like, no, I don't want to share, and he like destroys the toy.
I'm just gonna blow it up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna like break the toys because I don't want to share.
That's why he's a baby. Like
that is why he's a baby.
He cannot deal with the idea that he doesn't get everything his way all the time.
And it's because he doesn't know. See, that's the thing. Ben gets his way because Ben knows how to get his way, and Locke doesn't. Locke doesn't know how to handle things. He doesn't know when to be tactful, when to be cunning, when to be patient, when to be whatever it takes to get what he wants. He wants someone to tell him what to do. He's a cog in the wheel. He's a follower, and he wants to be a leader. And maybe he has the potential to be a leader, but as he stands now, he's just bah.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah. And if he's gonna count on like mystical guidance for everything, I mean, he's just sort of worthless. Like, I mean, they're not just gonna stand there over your shoulder and tell you what to do every second. Like,
I mean, even the people who like wrote the Bible, they got their instructions and they went on with it. They didn't like every turn. Jesus, tell me what to do.
Exactly. Like, what worth would they be if they just needed everything? Like, because then why not him just do it? Why do they need someone else?
Yeah, Walt's like, well, I'll just do it myself if I got to tell you everything. It's a Locke.
Exactly. That's. I feel like that's Locke's fatal flaw. Like he just can't take any initiative on his own. He's
like a computer program.
Yeah, exactly. God. Ugh. Such a disappointment to me. Because I want him to be good. I want to believe in Locke. I want him to succeed, but I'm disappointed constantly.
Yeah. Speaking of disappointments, perfect segue because Sawyer's disappointed that he didn't have sex with Kate.
Oh.
So they wake up and he's like trying to get some of that freckled lovin', and and she's not having it, and potentially, it's because the same reason why she knows she's not pregnant, which we all know.
Apparently, it's all this woman stuff. I didn't know about all these crazy woman parts that do stuff.
I have to qualify. I'm not totally. I mean, she may have other reasons why she doesn't want to have sex with him. I just want to throw that out.
All right. Well, I thought they had already had sex, and then like and then he was like, I want some more, and she's like, no, and I thought the whole point was she came just to kind of console and make herself feel better and have sex with him, but the point seems to be that they didn't have sex, and I think the main reason has to be, this whole thing with, now that she knows she's not pregnant, and maybe she doesn't want to have sex with him so she doesn't get pregnant now that she knows she's not pregnant.
Which she really should.
That's the thing, like there may be, there very well may be multiple reasons.
We've talked about it like before. I mean, I really feel like having sex is just not, the thing to do in this situation. I mean,
not in
just realistically, I know in the show, a few sex scenes is just, going to happen sometimes, but
if they want us to keep watching.
But exactly. But for a realistic perspective, I mean, it's just a pain in the ass. I mean, not only do pregnant women die, but even if they didn't.
Well, they could do that too. Yikes. All right. I won't touch that one.
Yeah. We'll edit that.
Yikes.
Yeah, no. I just
having sex on the island is a pain in the ass.
It is.
Oh, yikes, Justin.
I know, I can't help it. It just always goes there somehow. But yeah, I just, even if they have like condoms or whatever, I mean,
Dharma condoms, please.
There's a finite amount. I mean, just do something else. I mean, getting pregnant is just not going to be good in general. Even without the pregnant women problem, having a baby on the island is just going to be a problem. It's just going to be a hassle.
Well, that's the thing, though. If they want to stay on the island and play house, then having a baby, I think, is a something they would think about. So the hassle of having a baby isn't a concern if they sort of want to have that.
If they really want to.
I mean, really should just look at Claire.
The dying thing comes in.
Claire should be the poster child for not having a baby on the island. You want your life to be this?
Yeah, I know. Do you want to become a non-character afterthought? Then get pregnant.
Yeah. Always shuffling around to go get people coffee who don't even really want the coffee.
Exactly. They're not even going to take the coffee.
They're not even going to take it. And it's like she had the baby and she had to go and get the coffee with the baby in her hands and
she deserved better. What I wanted to believe for Sawyer's sake is that it was an idle comment. She volunteered, and that she just really wanted to give him privacy, and it wasn't really about the coffee. That's what I wanted to believe.
I think that is the case, that he said that so that she would leave.
Well, I think he said that so she would leave, but I hope that she knew that too.
Yeah.
No, they totally exchanged a knowing look. I mean, she's not going to get coffee. She's leaving so that they can have a private conversation.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I want to believe.
That's totally.
Yeah, I don't know. At least for Sawyer's sake.
For Sawyer's sake.
Yeah.
What about Claire?
For Claire? Oh, I mean,
she's just going in to get a cup of coffee for some jerk who doesn't even want it.
No, I mean, she can do whatever she wants, but I just the idea that Sawyer expects coffee to be served by the nearest woman at hand, like that sort of bothers me.
Oh dear. Anyway, so what is the scene we're really talking about here? We're talking about the morning after with. Is he gone?
I'm back.
No, he's not gone.
You're back?
Did you leave?
Did you guys not know?
Oh, that was it? Oh, no.
You did! We didn't even have a contest.
Oh, we really didn't have time for a drinking contest.
I got the sense you were gone, and I was going to go look, and by the time I looked, you were back.
Did I not cut out in the middle of my sentence?
Well, Justin was talking and talking, so...
Apparently, I just would have interrupted you, because I didn't even notice.
Your absence
what an ass I am.
Yeah, your absence went completely unnoticed.
Wow, that's awesome. She was like, yeah, I came back, and Jen was like, is he gone? I'm like, wait, no, I'm back.
I just all of a sudden I thought like maybe he's gone. So
no, it was my phone said 3:51, 3 hours and 51 minutes. So that's when it cut off. So it's about almost to that 4-hour mark.
Yeah, that's about right.
The last thing I said was made the distinction between saying that, yeah, of course Sawyer had to go get coffee because he wanted privacy, but I just hope Claire knew that.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about in the absence. That I think Claire absolutely knew. I mean, it was one of those things.
I think she was won over by the coffee. I think she's like, man, he really wants some of this coffee. Everybody loves my coffee today. She's like, Claire's finally doing something right down the island.
Maybe Claire should find, should discover
a
coffee empire.
Yeah.
It'll be Claire's versus Starbucks.
When we get back, I'm totally starting up a coffee house.
Anyway, so the scene we're
now
talking
I know
about,
what I'm good at.
Raising babies and making coffee.
Oh dear.
All right,
I
you
don't know
guys
about
ready
the
for
baby
the next
part,
scene? You guys ready for the next scene?
so we're talking about, are we done talking
Which
about...
scene are we on? The sex scene?
We're on the...
There's no sex.
The post-non-sex scene.
The post-non-sex,
the morning after scene. But
yeah.
What else is there to say?
The morning after nothing.
Yeah, except the thing that we said earlier, which is
about
the absurdity of this interchange about the pregnancy.
This is a scene where Kate says she's not pregnant. Apparently that's all about her woman parts. And
pregnancy usually is.
And how they work and all this crazy stuff that I've never heard of before.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, she's not pregnant. She doesn't want to have sex with him. Blah blah blah. Would it have been the worst thing in the world if we had? What would we do with the baby?
She was sleeping in his bed, and I mean, she wanted to be there to some extent.
She definitely wanted to be there, but she either couldn't sleep with him or just chose not to. I really feel it's a subtle woman problem thing. I really think that's what they're doing with that.
I think I have to agree, because it didn't. Otherwise, it didn't make sense to me.
Because it connects perfectly with the fact that how she knows she's not pregnant.
Yeah,
it does. If that wasn't part of this scene, I would say, it's some other reason or something. But it just ties together to be. If it's not that, they should have made it that.
I really feel like I'm talking to. I really feel like I'm talking to a couple of 14-year-old boys.
I know, right? I think as much as Justin and I know about how women's parts work, it's probably about 14 or 15, yeah. Whatever health class was, that's about as much.
That was the last I heard, and
Has things changed since then? We don't know. Any new developments on that front? What are you guys doing these days down there?
Oh, dear. Okay,
all right,
so
well, hey, we never said we were mature.
I know.
No, we would never say such a thing.
Yes. Yeah.
That would be the end of us.
Shame on you for implying that we are.
Exactly.
All right. Stuffs a grenade in the mouth. Kate doesn't want, blah, blah, blah. So she's going back to the beach. Okay, so she slaps him. Don't forget about the slap.
Ooh, she slapped him.
The slap heard around O-Town. Next scene, the flash forward. It's Kate's trial. The prosecution is conferring, and then they ask to approach the bench. Diane Jansen, whatever, I can catch what she said.
Jansen.
Kate's mom. Can't testify for medical reasons. The judge grants a recess. Then later, the prosecution makes a deal. Kate's going to get 10 years probation, and she can't leave the state, something she was really eager to agree to. No more running. Basically, I think she agreed that because I think it's the opposite of what she used to be, which is able to go anywhere. Born to run, no kid, able to go wherever, and I don't think she wants to even have the opportunity to go back to that old lifestyle. So the fact that she's sort of legally obligated to stay put, which, California is a huge state. She could run to her life's content all around California.
She could run pretty far.
Run all up and down the coast. It's more constrictive than, the world or America or something.
Right.
Anything you want to say? Let me just set up the next scene, the last scene, I guess, and we can just talk about the whole ending. Because all I have to say is, Jack is there when Kate's leaving, and
Jack.
He seems so sad in this episode. Did he seem sad? I feel like he's on the verge of losing it.
I agree. I think they're trying to do that. I think they're trying to set up Jack for his downward spiral to come. Yeah,
because when we first saw him in Hurley episode, he was really together and things are going good, and now it's he's okay, but it's something's about to break.
Yeah, I think in the Hurley episode, he was totally together. The only problem was he was drinking vodka at 7 in the morning or whatever.
That is not a problem.
That is not a problem.
It was here's the tiniest hint that a problem is brewing.
Look, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Orange juice just tastes better with it.
Yeah.
But I agree. I think they're trying to kind of lead into the finale of season 3. You know, with because like he doesn't have the beard, so that's how we judge time. You know, in the flash forward.
Yeah, by his face or hair.
The beard.
Yeah,
I think he's got a little bit of something. Oh no, he's fairly clean shaven. Never mind.
You should shave if you're going to appear before, a jury.
Yeah. Well, not if you want to have a beard.
You should look like unshaven, but if you have a beard,
you should. Yeah, if you have a beard,
but
trim
not
it
if you
up.
have a beard like he has in this.
Yeah, not like a scruffy beard.
That's like a crazy mountain man generationist beard.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah. I haven't showered in 2 months, beard.
Yeah.
All right, so, we all know what happened. He wants to go for coffee. She's like, well, you should come see the baby. And he's like, well, no. And she's like, well, when you do, give us a call. And so we see that there's some issues there. She goes home, hugs her housekeeper/nanny or whatever, or babysitter or whatever, and she's got a really nice house.
Oh, totally. Great house.
Big
but that's
settlement.
the thing. They got this settlement. So I guess that's how she's able to afford all the ritzy her crap. And then she goes and picks up the baby, and we find out it's Aaron. Now, here's my question: how do we know she didn't just have a baby and name it Aaron?
Oh Jesus!
Maybe Aaron and Claire died on the island. And in remembrance of this lady I once knew and some baby I saw a couple times, I'll name you Aaron.
All right, but that baby is blonde.
Yeah, and you know what? Kate's mom is blonde, by the way.
Yeah, but I don't think it's real.
You don't think it's real? What? Her hair?
Really blonde.
Well, I think the actress is blonde in real life.
Okay, whatever. But my point is, no, there's no way that she No,
I'm just kidding. I don't really buy that.
No,
but I have to throw it out there.
Else said that. I think someone on your blog.
I've seen another number of people saying that, but I'm gonna go the 2007 Justin route and.
Yeah, I think 2000 Justin on this. Yeah.
And just assume that that's Claire's Aaron,
Definitely.
Yeah.
I do think that's the reveal we're supposed to get, not just that she.
That's Claire's Aaron, and somehow it's Kate's baby because Claire was the surrogate. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Oh, I think I went too far.
You did.
Yeah, but then as many people have pointed out, this makes. The assumption that she is raising Claire's baby makes Desmond's flash of Claire and the baby getting into a helicopter seem a little strange.
Hey, all they have to do to make that work is have Claire die later, or she gets on the helicopter but she's dead, or she's hurt or dying.
Exclusive. I mean, we know that there's a helicopter. What if they both get in the helicopter, make it onto the freighter, and then they have to choose?
Yeah, we know that traveling to and from via the helicopter is dangerous. So who knows? Maybe something happens and it's Claire and some other people that they want to kill off or something. But they wouldn't kill the baby. I mean, that's the thing. They wouldn't. Claire dying on the helicopter is a little bit cumbersome if Aaron's with her. I feel like she needs to die some other way. Mm-hmm. Unless somehow the helicopter crashes and they find the baby and he's the only one who's still alive. But that's the baby can't swim, so.
How do you know?
Well, okay, so there's that question, and then there's the question that I guess.
I think it's similar to I'm sorry. I think it's similar to when we found out that there was an Alex living with the others. The idea that. It's a different person, and they named her Alex. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty convinced that this is the real Aaron.
Well, and especially since this whole episode was so much about babies and her son and stuff. The Alex episode wasn't really about finding out that name Alex.
That's true. It wasn't the focus.
Yeah.
But in this case, they made it a point to have scenes with Claire and having Kate having Claire try to get Kate to hold the baby, and they were setting you up for it the whole time.
Yeah.
When you watch it in retrospect. And
what if and I got another question I need to ask, but what if Claire, we see the next couple episodes, we see like Kate starting to help Claire out more with the baby, and they get really close, and Aaron loves her, and then like maybe something happens, and then Claire says at some point, if anything ever happens to me, I want you to take Aaron or something. Like, I feel like we might get a line like that.
I could totally buy that, definitely. That's lost.
The other thing I want to ask is, the mom says that it's been like something about 4 years. She said, 4 years they've been telling me that I'm going to live 6 months.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't have anything to do with how long they've been gone, right?
Not necessarily.
No,
I mean,
she was diagnosed before they...
Yeah, I mean,
that's
she had
true.
been... Presumably she heard that before they got on the plane.
But that kid is like 2 or 3.
Yeah, the kid seems pretty old. He seems at least 2.
It's supposed to be...
I mean, that baby is the best indication we have of how long it takes from... No, seriously.
No, I agree. It's just weird.
From now on the island, where...
Yeah.
Because there was this whole question. I mean, I thought... As soon as I learned more about these people who came on the helicopter, the people on the freighter, the less I was thinking that they're the people who actually get people off the island.
Yeah.
Now I'm not so sure, but I think that this baby is that Aaron is the best indication, because it's really hard to tell how much time has passed when you see the main characters, because they're all played by themselves,
I think Jack Flash Forward gave us some sense of a date, but I think the fact that Aaron is clearly significantly older than he is on the island in the present time, just by looking at him, he's aged significantly. I think that indicates that they're not getting off the island immediately. I don't think him going through the bubble is going to age him, instantly.
Well, why does that mean they got...
I don't think that Kate would immediately stand trial.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Who's to say how long they've been back and how long she's had Aaron? You know what I mean?
It takes a long time before things go to trial.
Yeah, it does take a long time. And with all the media hoopla of the rescue and everything and the settlement, she's already got the money from the settlement, which would take, potentially take a while. She's already got her house, I feel like it's been, it has to have been at least 6 months since they've been back, at least, I think. By all the stuff that they have that we've seen, But yeah, that's the thing. We still can't really tell how long it's been from, the present island time till the future time. But I think it's safe to say, it's not instantaneous. They're not leaving now, unless there's a time bubble thing where they left it and they went to the future or something. They went a year or 2 in the future. But then that shouldn't age
we
Aaron.
talked about that possibility.
That shouldn't really age him. Yeah.
The idea that they'll come out and it'll be 2 years later or whatever. Just with Aaron being that old. Even with whatever delays there are, I don't know. It's possible, but I feel like this indicates there is some kind of delay there.
What do you
significant
mean?
Time delay.
Between what?
Between when they get out and the flash forwards.
Oh, okay. Yeah. There is. And it's, I was skeptical that the freighter people were their rescue, and then it seemed increasingly likely that the freighter people were their rescue. Yeah. And now with this Aaron being older thing, it's well, maybe that's not their rescue. So I don't know.
I think that's their rescue,
I'm starting to think again that they are.
So it is their rescue. They get off sometime relatively soon, and she just has Aaron for a while before this episode, the flash forward. That works for me. I don't think that there's nothing really logically wrong with that to me.
I can go either way, and I could also go either way on the other big question that I think this episode raises, which is Aaron one of the Oceanic Six? Does a baby count?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it 6 people plus the baby?
Yeah, that's tricky. I personally, if I were doing the counting...
You know what? He shouldn't... I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I wouldn't put him in there, but...
You would?
No.
Would not.
I wouldn't. You know why I wouldn't? Is because he wasn't aboard the plane. He was in Claire's womb. He's not part of the manifest. So, he shouldn't really count.
And even if he were, I still don't count him just because he's.
I think if he was, it would make more sense. I think if he was, because he would be a survivor of the crash if he was on the plane, you know, alive and not in his mom's womb. You know what I mean? Like, he would be technically a survivor of the crash, and so I could see him being Oceanic 6.
Pragmatically, I think he doesn't count just because he's a baby.
Yeah.
I don't want to count him because he's a baby.
I mean, I think even if I get what you're saying, and practically speaking, that makes the most sense. Like, he wasn't aboard the plane. So he's not part of the Oceanic 6. But,
I don't think he is.
Realistically, I think that even if he had been an infant, like a newborn on the plane, he still wouldn't have counted.
But I think, I don't know, it would be weird that they would say, 6 survivors from the Oceanic plane crash and a baby.
Yeah.
I feel like they would have to count him as a survivor of the crash. Now, maybe he's not the Oceanic 6 in terms of what the sort of pop culture idea of it is in that world. Maybe, you know what I mean? Like, maybe it takes on a whole different connotation.
Baby would be one.
But they have to include the baby in the survivors, if he was, on the plane before.
Yeah.
If he was on the plane, in a seat or something.
Yeah, but
technically I agree, but as far as
I think it's going to be Sun and Jen.
Yeah, I'm going to assume he's not until further notice.
Yeah, I don't think he is, based on the fact he wasn't on the plane. Like, he wasn't a passenger man, true passenger on the plane.
He wasn't on the manifest.
But wait, there's someone else who's not on the list. But Aaron was on Jacob's list. That's all that matters.
So then there's also the question, and I don't know, maybe you guys talked about this already.
Yeah, we did.
What? What did you say?
He said, yeah, we did.
Yeah, probably. Whether Juliet is going to get off the island.
Oh, Juliet.
Poor Julie. Poor
Jules.
Well,
she can't be one of the Oceanic 6.
Well, no, she can't. Exactly. She can't be one of the Oceanic 6.
And explain why she's like...
In a related case to Juliet, we've got Desmond, who
was also not on the
plane.
Who
was also not on the plane, but also wants to get off the island. And how would he be treated? In this scenario.
Yeah, because I mean, they would be inviting a lot of questions to say, oh yeah, we crash landed on this island, and here's this guy who was here for a while.
Right, there were these 2 people who were already there.
Yeah, that seems like a problem. And you know what? Based on that, I'm gonna say that neither one of them makes it.
I think Julia. I think Penelope is going to rescue Desmond. I think however he gets off the island, it's going to have to do with her, and he won't have to go through the official authority route to get off the island.
Yeah, well, if either of them gets off, it's certainly not going to be officially. I just wonder what.
Sorry, nothing.
I don't know. We'll see.
Thanks and namaste.
Is the episode over? Is that it?
We're done. We talked about the last scene, so lost. We're done.
Yeah, And
this was actually quicker than I thought it would be, even with 3 people.
All right.
Well, let me just make this a little longer.
Just to try this out a bit more. I feel like we haven't addressed this. I just feel like we should all say, what we're going with at the moment. What are we going to say is the deal with Aaron? Is he adopted? Is Claire saying she's Clate's? I'm sorry.
Clate?
Is Kate saying that she's
the biological mother of Aaron?
Yeah. Which one is going on here? Let's. What do we think?
Okay.
For now,
what
do we think the story is?
Okay, I'll start because I can speak.
Women first.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that.
Oh, chivalry.
I'm gonna say that I think that the official line is that Claire had her baby and died, and that Kate assumed responsibility for the baby for the period of several months or however long that they were on the island. And so when they got off the island, for however it worked, they let her sort of continue to assume responsibility for the baby.
So it's more the adoption situation.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
What do you say there?
What say I? Me?
What say you?
I think, I mean, that makes sense, you know. I think they would have to obviously fudge some stuff about, you know.
Absolutely.
When she, yeah, of course, you know, but like when she gave birth, I think they would have to make it where they didn't have to, but I think it would make sense if they said, okay, she went into labor maybe very soon after they crashed there, you know, because I feel like it would make sense for Kate to, you know, take responsibility as soon as possible. And, you know, we don't know how long they said they've been on the island anyway. If it's not, obviously, you know, if it's not sort of, what am I trying to say? If they could even lie about how long they've been on the island is what I mean. You know, they might not even be able to lie about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they knew when the plane crashed and they know when they got rescued, so they might not be able to even lie about how long they've been there.
Yeah.
Depending on what's going on. And I do agree that she could plead with, like, the adoption authorities and say, because, you know, whenever they have a situation like that, you know, from what I've seen on TV, which is, you know, accurate, they usually, you know, if they're going to put a kid in a foster situation, they will, you know, as long as there's no problem with like, for instance, with Kate, even though she is going on trial, I could see them pleading, you know, I've taken care of him since he was born. He knows me. He trusts me, blah, blah, blah. And I could see them leaving Aaron with her until, like, the adoption goes through or whatever. And that's the thing. I feel like she would need to have adopted him by the time this whole episode starts, just by the fact that the lawyer is calling Aaron her son, you know, and I feel like it needs to be sort of legal for that to really have any sort of merit in the courtroom.
Yeah, I mean, is it possible that Claire was flying with adoption papers for this couple that she was going to meet in L.A.?
And Sawyer has it in his stash.
I don't know. I mean, that just occurred to me. I haven't really given much thought.
I don't know. I mean, who knows? Like, what if we find out, like, Kate was the person that they put down as the person who Claire was going to go see or something? I don't know. Like, some weird, stupid, like, I don't know. I don't know how far they're going with this. You know, they're bringing Aaron back up, which, you know, we thought we were done with that once he was born, you know.
Yeah, here's the thing. I mean, with Lost, I feel like you could go either way and just sort of suspend disbelief. Because either way is sort of crazy. I mean, I think that if they were going to make the case that the official line is that Kate either was pregnant when the plane crashed or she got pregnant on the island and gave birth, depending on the amount of time that elapses between sort of what we're seeing now on the island and what we're seeing now off the island in terms of the trial and whatnot. I think you got to fudge either way, and I think you got to suspend disbelief because the writers could go either way. Either they're a little liberal with their, you know, with the reality of what would really happen if the mother of this baby died and someone else assumed responsibility, or they take liberties with the fact that, well, if she were already pregnant when the marshal took her, you know, across the ocean into custody, then somebody would have said something. You know, it would have been like, she's 9 months pregnant, we really shouldn't travel with her.
Yeah, I feel like there, you know, and obviously she could be pregnant and not have told anyone or told the marshal or whatever, or maybe she, at the time when she got arrested and was on the plane, she didn't even know she was pregnant, you know. So they could, you know, they got a lot of wiggle room here. I guess I want to go with, I don't want to believe she had the baby because I think with Jack's testimony, I mean, I guess that could have been the next thing, but it just seems weird to be like, not only did she do all this stuff, but then she had a baby, you know, and then she had to, like, take care of this baby, you know, like, it's just, that's a little overkill, you know, it's already overkill.
Yeah.
But I guess I just think that she takes, it's probably going to be something simple and boring, like Claire dies, and she takes the custody of Aaron. The end. Like something just really silly and boring.
That's
my side.
I'm going down on that side because it seems more reasonable. Let me fire another question for us to weigh on. Who do we think the Oceanic 8 are? You know, who do we think maybe the two people who
there's no way to tell
died?
Claire's one of them. And then the other one, let's see.
I mean, what criteria could there be other than it needs to be someone who doesn't want to leave who would never come back to the real world, you know.
But not just that. I mean, because what's the? I mean, the 7. If there were 7 survivors, then okay, there's Claire. She's got to have the baby, and then then there's this.
It needs to be something where it makes sense for the story that they're telling that there were 2 extra survivors. You know what I mean? I think Claire's an obvious choice because it explains where the baby came from, and I think it needs to be someone else who for their story serves an integral part, but
Well, okay, here's one thought. If the baby counts as one of the Oceanic 6, then maybe it's Jen, because if Sun gets off the island and she's pregnant and she has a baby, then but I think Aaron doesn't count in the Oceanic 6, and I think that Sun and Jen are both going to go off. So, if I'm wrong, then maybe that's it.
Well, maybe Claire's number 7 and Sun is number 8 and Jen dies. Jen and Claire die on the island.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That's my suggestion, but I don't actually think that's true.
I feel like Sun and Jen getting 2 spots in the Oceanic 6 is too much. I mean,
I kind of like the idea of if Claire dies and if Jen dies. I think that makes the most sense.
Yeah.
That Sun gets off with her baby, and then does that leave? Yeah, that doesn't leave any extra people, right? Because there's 6 survivors, then the baby, and then Sun. I mean, and then Claire, and then Jen.
Well, okay. Realistically, who else could it be? Because we don't. I mean, nobody wants it to be, one of those background characters we never hear about.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense for it to be a background character.
Unless
they're just...
It's not going to be Locke.
So there's Rose, Bernard, Locke. They don't want to leave. There's Sun and Jen. We already talked about them. Saeed. Sawyer.
Yeah, who's probably...
Sawyer, I don't see it being Sawyer.
I don't see it being Sawyer either.
Oh, I guess it could be. Oh, they could say Sawyer's dead. Sawyer be one of the 8.
Well, that's
one of the 2.
I think we're talking right now about who's the second dead person other than Claire.
The second deadie.
Right. And we know it's not Ana Lucia. I doubt it would be any of the Tailies at all.
Yeah, I don't think they're even there. I don't think they're talking about the Tailies at all. The Tailies never existed, according to the survivors. They never ran into them, I don't think.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're going to say.
Except for Bernard. So, I don't know.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't think it would be Bernard because I don't think they want to say anyone from the Tell section was alive. Because... yeah, it makes their story too complicated, I think, to have that going on.
Yeah, it seemed like they were making the story a simple story,
But
and to say...
There's got to be some significance to the final person who... There's got to be some significance to the other person who survived the crash and then died. Because otherwise they just say 7 people. There's a reason why Claire has to have survived the crash.
Yeah.
She has to give birth. But what about the other person? There's got to be some reason.
Well, Jen, because Sun needed someone to pretend she didn't know English to. No, I agree. That's what I was saying earlier. It needs to have a little bit of significance where, it's important that they were around in the beginning or for however long. But
yeah. They wouldn't tell that story if it were totally extraneous.
Yeah,
they could just cut it out.
What if it was Charlie, because Charlie talked on the radio to Penny?
I don't think the authorities know about that. They'd have to explain the Looking Glass. So they don't want to get into any of
where
that.
Penny fits into all this.
No, we don't. But I'm just throwing that out there because no one else has any real reason. You know, unless
Penny or Desmond, I see them as outside this story somehow.
I think they are.
It's I guess I feel
Charlie
like
made himself conspicuous, you know. But I'm just saying that Charlie made himself sort of conspicuous, you know, to others and obviously the others aren't, you know. Off in the real world in that way, but.
Oh my God! I just had a crazy idea.
All right.
What if Ben was one of the Oceanic Six?
Oh God, no.
What if he assumed someone's identity or something?
Oh God.
Oh my God.
So that would close it up right there if Aaron were included, I guess.
Oh man, that'd be weird.
That would be really weird. How could he? Well, like you said, I guess he could assume someone's identity.
Well, why would he want to be part of the Oceanic Six?
Maybe there's no other way to get off. I mean, we know he gets off the island.
He does get off. That's true.
Yeah, but people know.
It's a fair point.
But here's the thing. But I think that he can come and go from the island.
I don't think he can come and go anymore now that the sub is gone.
I think he'd find a new way. I mean, also, I think that the people who have been looking for him, the people who sent the freighter, know what he looks like, and there's no way that he could be one of the Oceanic Six because he'd be seen on the news, and then they'd show up at his door and kill him or whatever it is that they want.
Well, but I mean, obviously he could go underground. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense that he's Oceanic Six.
I mean, it's like Kate's lawyer says. You know, she has one of the most recognizable faces in America. Like these are people who just. But I mean, these are people who survive an airplane crash and then reemerge months later.
That face recognizable, hard to believe.
No, but
you're
right.
Yeah.
Shirley and Jack also talk about, you know, being asked for autographs when they go out.
Yeah, I just thought it'd be a cool, like, it'd be really crazy if Ben of all people.
Really
it would totally be really crazy, and you know what? They could do that. They really could. I don't think they're going to do it, but I feel like there's a slim chance.
No way.
That they could go in a direction like that, kind of shock us, you know? Because I mean, I feel like Sun and Jin, like it's just kind of anticlimax. Like I feel like they've got to like.
Yeah, Lost has never done anything anticlimactic.
Well, okay, fair point. I mean, like I said, there's a chance, but I don't know. I feel like the reveal at the end of this, like I feel like there's got to be some punch to it, and the Sun and Jin reveal isn't very punchy at all.
No, it's not.
You know, it's very like, oh, okay, well. Like, you know, I mean, unless they get some kind of story that's crazy and gets them involved in things, but I don't see that happening.
What if Jen also goes to work for Ben? He'd be really good at that kind of stuff.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Anyway.
Well, did we all land on some side of the story with Aaron? Oh, by the way, I do want to also say I don't care.
Don't care about what?
This whole Aaron thing, I don't care. Why are we even dealing with this? Like, why is this even an issue? Like, why are they going in this direction of Kate raising Aaron? That's boring to me, and I just wanted to mention that I wish they would focus on something else. I don't care.
Well, I think it could be interesting. Because I think
No, I can't allow that.
Because I think they're trying to allude to whatever happened that got some people off the island and some people not off the island. And
I barely care about that.
Really?
I want Lost to focus on the island. I don't want it to focus on these people who are this whole like thing, whether they're obviously focusing on. So they're already losing me with this whole getting off the island thing anyway.
Yeah, I think season 4 is about this story.
Yeah.
The thing that's bothering me though is because they've set a significant part of this story in a fairly long period in the future. I really don't know how they're going to go forward after this season. But it seems clear to me, based on what I've read and just how the show's going in general, that season 4 is really just going to be about, these boat people and what they're up to, and this rescue, who got rescued and why, what the story was, who got left behind, what's the story behind all that. Like, it seems clear that that's the focus of season 4. And since this is season 4, I mean, there's 2 seasons left. Like, it's not the end all be all of the show. Like, I think all the things about the island are to come. Like, but the fact that there's flash forwards, I mean, I don't know how to deal with that. Like, it makes it seem to have a bigger scope than it deserves.
Yeah. And the whole thing with Claire, like, now everyone is thinking Claire's dead.
Yeah.
And it's like, I feel like that can't be true because it's the obvious answer. Everyone's going to be thinking that, and I feel like that just they wouldn't just say, "Oh yeah, you're right, America, she's dead."
I don't think she's dead. I think she's still on the island.
America voted.
Why would she leave? I mean, what would be the? Do you think that she couldn't leave, or something happens and she makes a split decision and gives the baby to I mean, I just don't see why she would give the baby up. I mean, even if it's
she had a choice. I think that Jack was allowed to take a certain number of people from Locke's camp when they were getting rescued, and that he chose Hurley and. Are you falling asleep?
What?
He chose.
Why would I fall asleep?
He chose Hurley, which is why.
You're making a riveting point here.
Which is why Hurley apologized in the first episode to Jack.
I don't think we've seen why he's apologized yet.
I don't either. I'm speculating.
Oh.
I'm speculating
yes, you are.
that when it comes down to actually getting rescued, Jack is allowed by the powers that be to choose
TPTB.
To choose who among the Locke camp is allowed to go free, and that he's allowed 2 people, and he chooses Hurley and the baby.
Well, but how do you speculate? Why would he apologize for what? I mean, where does the apology come in at?
Because
he hasn't. I mean, I feel like there has to be some sort of circumstance, but that some really bad thing that happens for to do with Hurley going with Locke, and I don't.
Yeah, here's my theory: the people who go with Jack are allowed to go, and then he's allowed to pick 2 other people.
But why? I mean, why he's allowed to pick from the other group because of what?
I don't know, because they say you can take 2 people from the other camp.
But what about
everybody else has to stay?
So what about the people at the beach though? Why does he only take a certain number of people? That's the thing. Whatever happens, it's got to be pretty crazy because they come up with this whole plan. It's not just I'm going to take 2 of you from here and then a couple of you from the beach or whatever. It's a lot of things not everyone go. Not only does not everyone go or get rescued, I mean, and obviously some people would choose to stay behind, but they have this whole story to go with it, and they have to all get on the same page at some point, And I think the question is, why do they have to tell a story this way, or why do they decide to tell the story this way,
I don't know.
It is a question, and it seems like a show-ending plot to me, but I don't know how they're going to go forward. I mean, do we think? Do I think? Does anybody think that at the end of this, the central thing about Hurley's flashback and about Jack's flashback was we have to go back, the island wants us back, whatever. Are they just going to go back and the show's going to pick up from there? Is that going to be?
I think they could either get back at the very end of the show, at the because the beginning of the end, and it's all about going back, or they could get back, maybe in season 5. And maybe the show does pick up. Maybe whatever they learn. But that's the thing, like, is Kate really going to go back with Aaron? I mean, like, now it's like...
She's not supposed to leave the state now, and so...
Yeah, so what, Jack goes back by himself?
Yeah.
And, like, maybe Hurley...
I mean, she could go and violate her probation or whatever.
Oh, no. Don't break the law. Not Kate.
Not Kate,
no. The jury would never see that one coming. She broke her probation. What? You kidding me? She gave first aid to strangers. How could she? Oh, my God. All right, well, we will see. Obviously, Lost is just, like, you know, like The Economist proves, Lost is just going to do whatever it damn wants to do.
Yeah.
Our speculations be damned, because I don't think anyone can guess this show now. I don't care who you are. They're bringing up stuff that people would never have thought of, and, like, that kind of make no sense at this point. So it'll be interesting to see how the rest of the season unfolds. But,
yeah, I don't know what they're doing.
It's kind of sad to realize that what this season is about. You know, it's like it's pretty clear what they're going to be dealing with, and it's the freighter. Great.
It seemed more wide open at the beginning, but you kind of step back, you watch a few episodes, and you see what the arc they're going for is.
Yeah, I read this clip of an interview with.
It's not a spoiler, is it?
Huh?
Okay, just making sure you're not going to spoil us again.
No spoiler.
No spoiler, but
no, but this is just, I was reading this clip from an interview with Damon where he was talking about the end of the writer's strike, and he said, basically, you know, everything I've forgotten about the Dharma Initiative is best left forgotten. This season, it's going to be, you know, we're going to focus on the real priorities this season.
Yeah, from the mouth of a scorned man.
Huh?
From the mouth of a scorned man.
Right. Who gets off the island? Who are these people on the freighter? And I was like, you know, first of all...
Yeah, I read that too. And it was like, that, really? Great.
Yeah. It's just like, God damn it.
Who the Oceanic Six are should not be the big question of a whole season, I don't think.
That should be answered in like one episode.
Yeah, please.
Stop dragging this out.
Why don't we know yet?
Yeah. We're almost done, except even now we don't know about the fucking baby. Like.
Yeah, I hate these technicalities. They really irritate me. I mean, there was the issue of Kate. I guess Kate is settled now, but you know, whether she got off and assumed an identity or whatever, like I feel like Aaron is almost the same problem. It's like maybe he's one of the six, but like who knows? It's frustrating that we have to speculate about that. Like
at every turn you have to go, well, here's someone who could be one of the six, but they might not be.
Exactly. Yeah, and you waste your time speculating about the wrong thing, you know? And I don't want to do that, you know.
Oh, that reminds me. What did you have to say about her earrings?
Very little. I mean, this isn't like something I actually want. It's not important. Basically, I just think like she looks really weird in earrings.
Kate.
Kate. Like something about the earrings just looks like it reminds me of when I was a kid. Like every now and then, a special occasion would come when my mom would dress up. Like it always looked like weird on her when she would wear like a lot of makeup and put a dress on and put earrings on. Like it always looked like weird on her because she never dressed like that, you know. And I that's the way I feel about Kay. Like I'm so used to her being on the island and you know, not wearing a lot of makeup and not dressing up, you know, in fancy clothes and not wearing earrings. But in particular, like the earrings bother me. They just look like unnatural on her. They look wrong. Like that picture of her on Las Vegas under Eggtown, the title, like that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like they just don't look.
It's probably because I mean her hair's up too. You never really see her with her hair up.
Yeah, that's true.
That makes her look different too.
I do think the hair up like doesn't.
And her hair is straight.
Doesn't help matter.
Makeup.
But I just feel like she wears earrings uncomfortably. It vaguely reminds me of when they put her in the dress at the beginning of season 2. Like I always thought that looked really weird too.
It does look
like
weird.
she just doesn't wear these kind of things very well for some reason. It's not.
So you're saying Evangeline Lilly is just too mannish to pull off a dress and earrings?
Yeah.
I actually thought she looked really nice in the Black Forest.
Yeah, she cleans up well.
Yeah, I don't think she looks bad. It just she just doesn't look comfortable. Like I just feel like
I think you feel uncomfortable with looking at her in those.
That's what I think.
I don't think she comes across as uncomfortable because I think Evangeline Lilly wears earrings quite a bit.
Yeah,
especially being with award shows and shit.
But this point this ridiculous point that Justin was bringing up reminds me of how funny I thought these photographs of the whole cast at the Golden Globes after season 1 where they were all dressed really nicely. And, they all look really fancy. It is sort of strange when you're used to seeing people running around in dirty clothes.
Yeah, because I think the last episode I saw, I noticed Jack or what somebody was wearing. I mean, it was like really dirty. They weren't just kind of dirty on the edges. Like they were like really dirty.
Yeah.
Their clothes are really dirty.
So
wash those clothes, guys.
But the thing is that apparently
the washing machine blew up with the head.
Oh, it imploded? Well, they might be able to find it somewhere if they look for it.
You're right.
Right next to the ping pong table.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty
surely
big.
There are washers and dryers at the barracks.
They'd have to go to the barracks, yeah.
But
you know what? I think the barracks should be called Eggtown. I think it really fits with the definition.
I agree.
The barracks is an egg town.
Yeah, it is.
Now, especially with lock and control.
It's a bad deal for everyone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna call it Eggtown. Until further notice.
Yeah.
Until it's not Eggtown anymore.
When the eggs come back.
Until Locke somehow finds a way to blow it up.
Yeah. Until he stops fucking everything up and just like going crazy for no reason.
I hope that this, he kind of seemed to, find some balls this episode at the very end. So let's hope that means that, the next episode they carry that through.
Yeah.
And it's not just something stupid for this episode.
Yeah. And he comes back and Miles still won't talk, so he just throws his breakfast again.
Yeah, damn you, eggs.
I mean, he went to the trouble to fix Ben a breakfast. I don't know. It's such an empty gesture.
Yeah.
Yeah, make it, give it to him, and then eat it. Like you said earlier, the best thing to do in that situation is eat it.
Yeah.
Just eat it, yeah.
It's such a waste. And Ben's not like, ooh, I got him so mad. Like he threw my breakfast against the wall, damn.
Ben had a very interesting look, and I can't wait to see what that look might mean. It wasn't the I got him look. It was something else there.
That's true. In season 2, it was the I got him look. And I hate to read so much. I mean, we had to do that in the old days, when we didn't know anything about Ben.
Yeah.
It was what did that look mean, But I do think he thinks about his looks, based on what he said before. So yeah, I mean, I feel like it probably does mean something else.
Yeah, I wonder if he's like, wow, that worked, or maybe it's just like, yep, same old Locke, or I don't know. I don't know how to read that look.
Yeah, I don't either, and I don't know. Maybe we'll find out.
Yeah.
As the episodes go on here.
Or I had a whole dozen eggs last time. Why is there only 2?
What are these assholes doing with all of my eggs?
How are you guys going through that many eggs in one day?
This place is called Eggtown for a reason.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is Eggcredible. What are you doing?
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear, indeed.
Oh, God. just egging everything up.
Well, are we done, guys?
I'm done.
We're more or less done.
All right. Cool. I can have the rest of the evening to go do stuff.
You know what?
I don't know what time it is where you are, but it's dinner time here.
This episode was Eggtown, and like
this episode was
it was Eggtown for us too.
Maybe that's why they called it Eggtown, because they knew it wasn't a great episode.
No, and I think we gave it exactly what it deserved.
Yeah, me too. I agree.
So, whatever. Everybody says like, "Ooh, next week looks better." I mean, whatever. I'll believe it when I see it.
You heard it here first. Next week it's gonna suck.
Next one sucks. The one afterwards is going to be okay, and then the one after that one's going to be really good.
Yep.
And actually, that might be the finale, right? That might be the season finale.
No. Because aren't we going to have like a little
What
break?
are you talking about?
I mean, I'm sorry. It might be the one before the break.
The temporary season finale.
Right.
Yeah.
I see.
The one that it could have been the season finale if they didn't end the strike.
Right. Okay. The pseudo, yeah.
And you would expect that one to be good.
Yeah.
7 or 8 should be good.
Mhm. It should be. I hope it is. Like I really am interested in these questions. It just changes my perspective to understand that they aren't the end all be all of the show. That the central mysteries of the show are not going to be solved by finding out who the Oceanic Six are, who the people on the boat are, what happened to them, all that, et cetera, et cetera. Like that's not gonna solve everything.
Yeah, and that's not what I signed up for, And I think that brings me back to my quote, the beginning. The greatest trick the devil ever played was getting us to watch Lost. Because it's like I think we all signed up for something that is not what we're really getting right now.
Hey, you know what? That reminds me of something that I meant to mention earlier. The title sequence thing, the Lost, the turning out of totally does not. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that. Yes, that. Yes, that. Yes, that. I really don't think it fits anymore with the show.
Yeah.
I think that it fit really well with season 1,
and
it fit quite well with season 2, but it doesn't fit anymore.
Yeah, they should have something else.
I mean, because how do you change it,
Right now, they should have, it should be, a montage of, the beach and, jungle stuff with, the character faces, with, with their, names, some really bad, intro, Matthew Fox as
It should be
Jack
the Party of
Shepherd.
5 theme song, but with different cast here.
There you go.
And Ben Linus as...
Yeah. Michael Emerson as Benjamin Linus. Question mark.
And he just makes a goofy face to the camera. Yeah. Matthew Fox does his trademark
sexy look.
Well,
eyebrow raise.
I was gonna say Jack face, but whatever.
I think that's all those combined.
Yeah, it is.
Jack face.
Yeah, honestly, Lost is what it is. I'm gonna hope that it delivers in the end, but for now. I do find the issues we're grappling with now more interesting than what we were grappling with in season 3. So, I
don't know. Jack tattoos, big conundrum for me.
I will. Yeah, season 3 was the weird let's cover all the flashback holes that we have.
Yeah.
I don't know what they were doing with that, but. I don't know. I'm seriously wondering if we're going to get flashbacks this season, legitimate flashbacks for any of the major characters.
Let's hope not.
I'm seriously...
I don't see any point in doing flashbacks. They're focusing. I don't think they can do flashbacks, flash forwards, and present island stuff.
Yeah,
I
agree. I think that would be too much. But what about in the future? What about season 5?
I think they have to pick and choose. I think if the flash forward, if the future timeline, they catch up or whatever they do to sort of piece the story together, then they could just get back to doing flashbacks or maybe they won't do anything. I don't know. I mean, at a certain point, they don't really need to do flashbacks, right? I mean, right? Like, how much can they say about these characters?
I agree. I mean, I feel like they've gotten to that point, and but can they do flash forwards forever? I mean, it just,
Well, no. I mean, the story has to end at some point.
Yeah, it's problematic, and that's going to get old after a while,
Well, my original theory was they could do flash forwards for a while, and then when we get to when the present becomes the future, they can do flashbacks to cover the stuff we didn't see.
Right. They could do that. And I could live with that. Like that would be okay, presuming it's interesting stuff.
And it'd be kind of interesting to do a flashback and to be on the island,
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's what I sort of imagined, but I mean, yeah, I don't know. Even though like currently it's not about the main mysteries, I mean, I feel like Lost has been pulling that game on us since the beginning, and
yeah, it's a con. They Scooby-Dooed us.
They totally Scooby-Dooed us, dude. Yeah, I'm okay with it for now. Like I will play along with their nonsense,
Yeah.
Until.
Well, you have no choice, do you?
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
I know.
You can't jump ship at this point.
We're all in. It's just we have to play this out. But
yeah.
I can only hope that whatever this season's mysteries are, the answers are interesting. I doubt it. And the thing that I really hold out hope for is that the big things are interesting.
Yeah.
Whatever the big conclusion is. The big answers for the show. I can only hope that they have a really good conclusion for that stuff.
I am starting to think that even like the big mysteries aren't going to be that great.
How can they not? How can they wait for so long and then just give us bullshit? Like
I feel like even with the new thing with the time differential, like that's kind of interesting. But like even if they tell us time is moving slower on the island, and it's like, okay, so what? As crazy as that is, like, is that interesting? I don't know. To me, it's not, and that's a pretty crazy thing.
It's not interesting unless it matters, unless something happens with it. Like, just in itself, it's not that interesting.
If they tell us Smokey was, I mean, what could it be? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, of the things it could be, realistically, just like, is it really going to matter what it is when they tell us? We'll just...
I know. At this point, I can't imagine that it will. But
Smokey is a manifestation of Jacob, or Smokey is a high-tech security system from the future, or, whatever they want to say it is, it's going to be at this point like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Great, that's what it is.
I agree. I can only hope that by the time that reveal comes, it'll have some kind of impact. Like they'll find a way to tie it in where I don't know, shed light, make sense of the past episodes and resonate and all that.
Yeah, and I think the whole point will be the revelation of it will be the experience that they're going for. Like, whoa, he's this, and that's but like if they just told you, I don't think it'd be that big a deal.
I agree. Yeah. If they just typed it out, it would be really lame. I think it would be. I don't know. Like we all remember last season when Locke's dad appeared. I mean, at the time, it seemed crazy. It seemed like, why did he appear? Did he just pop in? Did he come out of the magic box? Like, what happened? It seemed all so mysterious. And when it got down to it, it was just like, the others kidnapped him and then they wanted to kill him and then Sawyer because he's a real Sawyer.
Wah, wah.
Yeah. It just kind of peters out, Yeah,
it's
which something that they introduce with seemingly interesting possibilities that just nosedives into shit.
And that's the thing, Miles is going to supposedly wait a week for this money. I just don't know the logistics of how that's going to work. Like, Ben is, not only is Miles captive, Ben is captive.
I know. What is he supposed to do?
That he's going to get the money in a week?
What does he expect Miles to do?
I feel like the fact that Miles agreed to this, and I feel like Miles knows that even though they're both captive or something, that he knows Ben can get the money somehow. And I don't know why he couldn't get it in 2 days, but he can get it in a week. or what that even means. I just can't, how does Miles even know he's going to be alive in a week?
I know.
Either one of them, and so, and that's why I was thinking about the magic box, and I'm like, well, maybe he knows Ben can get it from the box or something, but it's like, you can't get it from the box in 2 days?
The box is a metaphor, Claude.
I know, but I'm just saying, I want the, when he says, what you can do, I'm thinking about, okay, what are the mystical powers that Ben can have? What does he have access to?
I think it's connections with people.
Yeah, it could be that too. I mean, but then he should say who you know, not what you can do.
Mm-hmm.
So.
I agree. It made it seem like Ben had some kind of power.
And I think it's, he should have some sort of power. I mean, he should have some connection to something, even if it's just Jacob,
Yeah.
He has been able to do seemingly incredible things. Don't ask me what.
That's true. Although I do think he was losing it, by the end of season 3.
Yeah.
I remember thinking at the time, when I watched it again, I was like, man, he's just whatever, kidnap everybody. Who cares?
Yeah, he was crazy.
He just, he had kind of lost. In some ways, he had kind of turned into Locke. He was just whatever, just kill him or kidnap him. I don't care what you do. It just, I don't know, he kind of lost it. And then he went to meet him. He went to meet up with the party that was going to the tower, and that's why he ended up in the situation he's in now, where he's just kind of back in his old Henry Gale days,
Yeah.
The conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press *8.
Should we extend it?
What?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
What's going on?
It's the end of the world. Prepare yourself. Did it? I don't know if it worked.
We probably can end it in 5 minutes, but...
Yeah.
But if you push it, it won't... I mean, it can't hurt. We can do whatever we want.
I think we're done anyway, but...
Wrap it up.
We really are. All right.
All right, guys. Well,
is it recording right now?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't record until they say. The podcast has been completed, or whatever they say.
Yeah. Well, thanks, listeners, for tuning in again. Sorry that we all had to endure Eggtown, but we know who to blame for that one. No.
The title seemed like it was going to be fun.
The title was a portent of danger.
Yeah. We should have known. If I had known what Eggtown meant, I would have expected it. But.
Yeah, exactly. And thanks to our special guest host, Jen.
Yes, thank you.
It was my pleasure.
We enjoyed having you.
I'm sure you'll be back again next season or whatever.
Yeah.
On the shittiest episode of next season, I'll be here.
Join us again when we host the crappiest episode with Jen.
It has to happen. I mean, one of them has to be the crappiest, and you'll just be there.
I'll be here.
Yeah,
sorry, folks, for being the harbinger of shit.
But you know what? Now that we know that, at least we can expect the shit to come. Now we know, okay, Jen's coming. Okay, this episode's going to suck, so we'll know.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, your listeners don't ever know when I'm coming.
That's our special gift to them. Surprise!
Surprise! You just saw the shittiest episode of the season.
Yeah, that's what they're going to do. They're going to watch the episode and be like, this was crap. I bet
my
Jen's
God,
going to be on the next podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll do it. All right. Well, Jen, you want to start off our sign-off?
Yeah, you're going to have to because we have to end it.
Yeah, I don't really know what I'm supposed to say. We didn't talk about this beforehand, but thanks for listening. I hope you guys made it all the way through in spite of my presence. And what am I supposed to say? That's all.
It.
Yeah, all right. Thank you.
All right. Thanks and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.